Okay, well, I have 5:30, so we will call this call the board meeting of the Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees to order on Monday, July 13th, 2020. We'll give Jennifer just a moment to bring up the flags and we will do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the one nation under God,
for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the one state under God, one and indivisible.
Right. All right. Thank you, everyone. We do have speakers tonight. We have about 20 people signed up to speak. I think Jennifer is going to bring everybody in so I can read the participation script. And I will say, I hope everybody saw that Dr. Flores and I sent a letter to TEA. When we get down to that when we get down to the superintendent's report, I think we'll probably have more to say about it then. We will give our speakers just a second to get in. Looks like most people are in. So I will start out by reading our participation script. At each board meeting, the board will set aside time to afford the general public an opportunity to speak on items on the agenda. Concerns or complaints regarding specific individuals should not be raised in public forum. They should be considered separately according to applicable board policies. The board requests that comments, whether positive or negative, be courteous and respectful. And I would like to remind the viewers that the comments of the speakers reflect their own positions or opinions. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board, and Mr. Math will be the designated timekeeper. Mr. Math, are you going to hold anything up when we get to 30 seconds?
Yes, I've got my cone.
Okay. So for those of you that are speaking, I don't know where Mr. Math is on your screen, but when he holds up his cone, you have 30 seconds left. All of our speakers are speaking on the superintendent's report with the exception of our last one. Our first speaker is Jenny Guston.
Hello, my name is Jenny Guston. My oldest child is a first grader in Round Rock ISD. I want to take a moment to say I recognize that this is not an easy decision to make, and it's an impossible situation. There are over 51,000 students and 7,000 teachers and staff in Round Rock schools. That's a lot of people. I also recognize there are parents who need their kids in school so they can work and provide for their families. However, it is not safe to have people in enclosed spaces right now. There will be clusters of COVID outbreaks in every school. In the past month, the number of COVID cases in Williamson County rose nearly 400%. The number of hospitalizations rose 1,457%. How many more people will get sick? How many will have to deal with respiratory and other health issues for the rest of their lives because we opened too early? How many more people will die? Teachers have 5 personal days and 5 sick days. What happens when a student shows up with COVID and the entire classroom has to go into quarantine? Then what does the teacher do when they get it? They've used all or part of their 10 days, and now will they get paid when they have to stay at home to recover? Are the teachers and staff receiving hazard pay for having to make the difficult decision between working and their health? Is Round Rock ISD providing hospital-grade PPEs and cleaning supplies for their employees? Will there be additional janitorial staff? What happens when a student, teacher, or staff member comes in contact with someone who tests positive for COVID at school? What kind of accommodations are being made for staff members with medically fragile family members in their homes? Will they have priority on offering virtual instruction for their homes? Who gets to choose which teachers will be most at risk with in-class instruction? How is input from your staff survey being used to inform policy moving forward? As part of their reopening plan, a school in Utah has created a template for the death of a student or teacher. Has Round Rock drafted this letter? Because if that letter exists, it is not safe to open. I read your letter to the Texas Educational Agency being sent today. Thank you. Thank you for understanding that opening schools is not safe and putting pressure on them to suspend in-person school, provide additional funding, and suspend the STAR program for the upcoming year. The cities of El Paso and Laredo were able to work with their health officials to find a workaround to TEA's restrictions. Please work with the city of Round Rock and Williamson County to find a way to postpone opening in-person education. Our school should resume in August with distance learning and evaluate reopening for in-person education only when the pandemic is under control and a working vaccine is readily available. At that time, the district must also gather input from teachers and staff on your reopening procedures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Bartlett.
Good afternoon, trustees. As we are fully aware, COVID-19 has thrown our educational system a major curveball. Right now, we are staring at about 1 month until our students are scheduled to return to learning, with many parents and district staff fearful for what that will bring. For some parents, that is, how are we going to have the programs my children need or want? For other parents, it is what risk exists with returning my student to school because there are no alternatives for their family but a return to on-campus education. For staff, they may be weighing a return to campus and work, or do I quit teaching with many never likely to return to the classroom again? I'd like to point out a few things, and I'll try to keep my remarks short. First, the district should be preparing to handle severe discrepancies in campus attendance rates, especially at the middle and elementary school level. It is likely that our Title I campuses will have higher on-campus attendance rates, explained simply that families on the margins are much less likely to have jobs that are white-collar, work-from-home type work. The district can and should identify methods to transfer students between campuses to help spread the load into probably highly underutilized facilities in more affluent areas in the district. Second, the district should take advantage of any opportunities presented by the Texas Education Agency to slow the return to campuses for our students as much as possible. Additionally, a substantial portion of our district is within the corporate confines of Austin or Travis County. And Austin and Travis County have heightened regulations and guidance over Round Rock and Williamson County that should be taken into account. Finally, parents and staff deserve clarity into how the educational process will work this year. How will my 6th grade daughter's orchestra class work? How different will asynchronous learning be for my 2nd grader to what we saw at the end of the 2019-2020 academic year? Our parents and staff deserve clarity as soon as possible to allow them to make the most optimal decisions for their family and the community at large. Thank you for the work you do on behalf of our community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Singh.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Adrian Singh, and I'm an English teacher at McNeil High School. First, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge the letter that was released earlier today by the board. This does demonstrate your willingness to listen to the concerns and questions asked by leaders in our communities and our educators. So I applaud and thank you for this move. And while this letter is encouraging, it does not change the challenging road that Round Rock ISD will face if TEA does not budge. If TEA does not bend to common sense, then the most critical part of Round Rock ISD's job remains to fight back with its educators and to protect every member of the Round Rock staff and its students. Concerning the TEA guidelines, I have read them carefully, and they fail to address the needs and the questions of numerous educators throughout the state of Texas who are in my position, which is specifically high risk. I also am a caretaker for a vulnerable elderly relative who continues to shelter in place. Many of our teachers fall into the same category. As you are no doubt aware, the Centers for Disease Control's latest 69-page communique has identified the reopening of K-12 schools as, quote, the highest risk for the spread of the coronavirus, end quote. On March 13th, 2020, when Round Rock closed its schools, the Texas Department of Health and Human Services website recorded no cases, not only in Williamson County, but for the state of Texas. Yet the cautious, preventative, and correct decision was made to continue to close the schools. Fast forward to the present. Since July 7th alone, Williamson County has recorded 1,276 new cases, and the state of Texas has recorded over 58,000. The COVID trend is going in the exact wrong direction. It was unsafe to have schools open in March, and when there were far fewer cases, we shut down. So based on what faulty logic, is it now safe to reopen schools with increasing cases exponentially each week? TEA's current guidelines are vague. And with all of this in mind, I turn my questions on behalf that I present on behalf of myself and also my colleagues. So will I get fired, or hundreds of other Texan educators get fired if we are unable to return to campus when our contracts start due to COVID-related concerns? What counts as a health concern and what does not? And what if leave is required for more than the time allotted with FMLA and the Families First Coronavirus Response Act? Does the district plan to use the flexibility afforded by TEA guidelines to figure out the logistics of creating a safer model? For example, one that allows 100% online learning during the first 3 weeks. And further, what plan is the district working on for a hybrid model of online and campus instruction?
Time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Martin.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Flores and the board for the letter you sent to TEA today. It shows that you're listening to the community, and we really appreciate that. I also want to thank Trustee Math for his service to the board. You'll be missed, sir. I am speaking tonight as a special education parent and someone who taught in Round Rock ISD for 10 years. I still have a lot of colleagues I really love and keep up with, good friends and relationships I made in my time there. And we all want to go back to school. My 8-year-old last night said, "I just want to take a math test." But he said, "I just want to solve some problems. I was like, "Oh, what else you miss, buddy?" "I miss art." You know, the kids miss it. We all miss that. But we have to realize that we need to take a stand. You know, that world we had, we can't get our kids back in that bubble of learning and caring until this is over. And speaking as an educator, we will catch them up. Teachers can work miracles. We really can. We are a creative, optimistic, capable profession, and we can get these kids caught up in their learning. I read an article today that Austin is due to receive its first refrigerated truck because they are anticipating more overflow. I'll say that again, refrigerated truck, because the morgue will soon run out of room at the current rate of cases. We cannot send our staff and our children back into crowded, air-conditioned spaces. It's just not safe. It's time to take a stand. I don't know what TA's response will be, but we need you to take a stand for our community. I'll also say, as someone who is a parent of a Round Rock student and works in another district, when we pick two different things, that creates a child care burden. So I suspect you're working and having superintendent powwows across the region, and I hope those continue. Last thing I want to put a bug in your ear about is equity. You know, the district has put together this equity task force, and I would just encourage that you listen carefully to what they're saying, because this pandemic is affecting Black and Brown communities at much more disastrously than white communities. And we need to listen to what they have to say. I see your cone of silence. Thank you, Mr. Meth.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Raisa Farron, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
That's okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Raze Farran, and I'm the mother of 2 elementary school children at Kathy Caraway Elementary School. I am also an educator and a researcher, as I am an associate professor at the University of Texas at Austin. My comment pertains to remote learning. TEA Virtual Attendance Path does not list synchronous instruction for grades below 3rd. My question is, can teachers in these grades, let's say a first grade teacher, still incorporate synchronous instruction, or does or will TEA or Round Rock ISD prohibit that? Clear guidance on this is needed so that parents can make an informed decision on whether to keep their kids enrolled in Round Rock ISD or look for remote learning options that include synchronous instruction. There's a large body of research that shows that an intentional mix of synchronous and asynchronous instruction can help students feel a stronger sense of connection to their peers and their teacher, as well as stay engaged in learning activities. I, as well as many other parents I have spoken to, are very concerned that our younger elementary school grades, specifically the K to 2nd grades, are not being offered a synchronous remote learning option. These younger students especially need these connections, as they often do not have access to other engagement tools like social media to stay connected to their peers. Additionally, it will help our students bond with our teachers, which we know is desperately needed. I encourage Round Rock ISD to formally include a path for synchronous instruction for K to 2nd grades and intentionally plan for purposeful and consistent interaction of remote learning students during this time with their teachers and their peers. I am sure that you are well aware that other schools, both preschools and elementary schools in the Austin metropolitan area, have done synchronous instruction. We should look to those schools for best practices and provide our teachers with the tools and trainings needed to successfully execute this. Additionally, with respect to remote learning, when can we expect to receive more details on how a typical daily schedule will be structured? I understand that not all the details is planned. However, any bit of information right now can help with respect to parents feeling more at ease. AISD has released this information to parents. I encourage Round Rock ISD to do something similar. Furthermore, according to CDC guidelines, it says that local health officials will provide guidance to administrators on the best course of actions. I've looked online. I have not been able to find out information on who the local health administrators that Round Rock ISD are looking towards. So I would encourage you that for any future communications that you actually list the names of these local health officials with their titles and their affiliations on any communication document. Transparency is needed. Finally, it was a little, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the cone. How much time do I have? Okay, finally, it is troubling that the only results given from the parent survey was one metric stating that there was approximately 50-50 split. When will parents receive the detailed data analysis of this survey? For example, information about the response rate, response broken down by the type of school, middle school, high school, elementary school, response broken down by grades. I think it would be very informative to have this information. Again, I thank you all for your time and your work and your service. We know this is not an easy position and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. And hopefully we'll be able to answer some of those questions, all of these questions, when we get down to that agenda item. Our next speaker is Patrick Boylan.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Flores and members of the board. My name is Patrick Boylan, and I'm a chemistry teacher at Round Rock High School. I want to start by thanking you for your time and your service to our district. I don't envy your position. The work that I'm able to do privately, you are all asked to think about and be held accountable for publicly, and I don't envy that. I hope the board meeting tonight does not extend to the wee hours of the morning, as it did on June 18th. However, I am here this afternoon to remind us as a community of some of the discussion from that June 18th board meeting in hopes that it will inform our decisions that we're about to make in regards to how we open our schools and future board meeting agenda items. I implore you to fully and immediately fund the Equity Task Force. During the June 18th board meeting at timestamp 0 hours, 57 minutes, and 23 seconds, Dr. Audick states, quote, in each of the last 10 years, we beat budget by at least $10 million. That includes how we expect to come in for the budget year we are living right now. We should have a surplus of $14 to $15 million, end quote. I want to remind us that the Equity Task Force ask is $1 million and that an outline for the spending of that money can be found on slide 25 of the presentation put forth by the task force on June 18th and can be found on the school board website. At timestamp 5 hours, 1 minute, 55 seconds, Dr. Audick states, quote, for the 2020-21 budget amendments can happen every time we meet, end quote. I watched and listened to a lot of discussion between the board and Dr. Flores during the hours that were timestamped the 5th and 6th hours of the June 18th meeting regarding the amount and timing of funding for the Equity Task Force. It sounds like there's a lot of desire to fund the Equity Task Force. I'm here this afternoon to hold us accountable for those discussions and for that funding. I heard Ms. Harrison speak in the June 18th presentation, discuss how anti-racist work is a journey and requires a daily commitment to that end. Funding the Equity Task Force should not be the only step we take on that journey, but it is an important first one. I know millions of dollars have already been spent to protect students, staff, and families from the COVID-19 pandemic. It is likely that millions more will be spent. It is money that is rightly spent to address an important need. I encourage us to use that same immediacy and urgency for funding the Equity Task Force. Again, I want to thank you for your time and commitment to our schools. I know only a part of the discussion on this topic is public and that you all have done a lot of work and asked a lot of questions around the topic and funding. I hope that this is part of the school board agenda in August, if not addressed sooner. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Jameson.
Hi, I go by Meg, and I am currently a middle school teacher for science at Chisholm Trail. And I guess I've been really most concerned with the lack of communication and clarity that's been provided to both parents and teachers. I do live outside the district, but I choose to bring my child with me to Round Rock ISD because up until in the district in terms of, comparing to our home district. And some of that confidence has been lost. So I know that we did a bunch of, work requiring teachers to kind of flip the switch overnight to online instruction as schools were closed in the spring. But a lot of parents have been, I guess, they have a misconception that what we did this spring is what online learning is going to be. And it can't be, because what we did in the spring was an emergency response. It did not, address any of the best practices for teaching in an online environment. And, to that end, teachers have not been trained in what those best practices are. I know that we're bringing Schoology online. Love Schoology. I've been using it for 6 years as I teach online students part-time in my own time. So it's a great choice for LMS, but what I'm afraid we're missing is that teaching in an online forum is much, much, much different than teaching face-to-face. And I'm afraid that by just training our teachers on how to use this new LMS and then saying, here you go, plan for the fall, that we're still missing that gap where teachers are not going to be well trained on how best practices differ between in-person instruction and online instruction. And, there are plenty of opportunities out there for teachers to go through and get that training. Texas Virtual Schools Network has a great, selection of trainings to choose from. All of them are at least 6 weeks and a couple $100, per person. But there hasn't been a need for us to do this. So I guess my fear is that Round Rock ISD hasn't had the foresight to realize that coronavirus is going to be with us for a long time, and we need to prepare our teachers adequately to be able to support all of our students through, the means that we have to get into their homes. So that's my biggest concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Hansen.
Hi, my name is Kelly Hansen. I'm the parent of 2 elementary age children in the district. And although I still have many questions that I hope are answered in the coming weeks about the changes in schooling this fall, I also have a comment about what that might look like that I hope is taken into account. My family will be choosing to continue with virtual learning this fall, even if schools are open. This is despite what was a fairly negative experience for us in the spring. But I believe in learning from missteps, and when I look back on that time, something stood out to me that I think should be fixed. It seemed from the time the school shut down that the district was doing everything they could to control how teachers interacted with students. At first, the emails to teachers would bounce back and tell us to contact the principal. Then we were allowed to email teachers again, but the curriculum was out of their hands, and we were forbidden from having any kind of class Zoom meetings. Finally, they did allow classes to interact, but we were told that the children were not allowed to ask questions about schoolwork. It was extremely limiting for us as parents and for the kids, and I felt like those decisions made an already bad situation worse. I trust our teachers. It has always seemed to me that their teachers care deeply about the kids and about making sure they can learn as much as they can and go as far as they can in life. So what I want for the fall more than anything is for Round Rock ISD to allow our teachers more freedom in their methods of teaching. Some of them may be teaching in the school and some may be teaching virtually, but please allow them similar amounts of leeway to use their expertise and their education and skills to teach the kids. I understand that Round Rock ISD wants to maintain standards, and I definitely support anything that would help equity going forward for the entire district. But in speaking with others outside of our district who had more positive experiences with virtual learning this spring, it seemed very much like teachers who were allowed creativity were the most successful in reaching their students. Please show respect for and trust in our teachers, because as a parent, that is what helps me keep faith in our public schools during these terrible times. Thank you so much for your time and for your service.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Kelly Darby.
Amy, can I ask a quick question? I
Yes.
seem to be having a technical problem. My camera is facing the wrong way. Do you know how to fix that?
I don't.
I pressed something accidentally and
Steve, if you go down to the bottom left where it says start video, there should be a little uptick. If you click on that, it'll give you the option to select which camera to use.
okay, at the bottom?
Yeah, in your Zoom, if you look down at the bottom where the mute button is, bottom left.
Okay, it's at my top, but that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, right next to it should be a video option.
There's stop video, start video.
Yeah. Do you have like a caret that allows you to select the camera?
I don't see that. Sorry to take up time for this.
I can do the timing until he figures it out. Let me do that.
Okay, actually, Chad, that would be great if you can. So I don't know, Miss Darby, if you can see Mr. Chadwell up in the corner. So he'll give you a signal when you have 30 seconds left, if you want to go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kelly Darby, and I'm a parent of an incoming 5th grader and 2nd grader at Chandler Oaks Elementary. I would just like to say at the start that I really appreciate the way Round Rock ISD reacted swiftly to COVID in the spring. I believe y'all showed a lot of integrity, compassion, flexibility, and a commitment to equity, and I'm proud of y'all for that, and thank you. Like you, I'm very concerned about the impact of COVID-19 on our community, particularly once in-person school begins. Even though I understand that schools really should reopen, I will not be sending my kids back to physically attend school in the fall. Social distancing cannot be guaranteed at our school, and we know better than to expect elementary students to keep a mask on all day and to keep germs to themselves. So I worry about the risk to our students and their families. And I especially worry about the risk to our educators and our staff. The decision to keep our kids home is painful. We love the Chandler Oaks community. My kids, and especially my 5th grader, are heartbroken that they won't be returning. This was to be Madeline's last year at elementary school, and she's developed a really close relationship with many of the teachers and staff at COE. They're irreplaceable to us. And I want them to know that our appreciation for them doesn't just look like a week of gifts in May. I'm really concerned that we're asking too much of them. Safety is the #1 rule at Chandler Oaks. Parents like to joke about what a stickler our principal, Ms. Hurt, is about safety. She is unwavering and unapologetic in her commitment to our children's safety. We owe Ms. Hurt and all of the COE staff the very same fierce commitment to respecting and protecting the health and safety of our educators, our admins, and other staff that they give to protecting our kids. We all know that reopening schools will result in, we all know that reopening schools will result in Round Rock ISD school employees getting sick. We know that school employees are taking a risk simply by showing up. I know people who fell ill months ago and are still not recovered. So teachers, admins, and custodial staff should not be forced to take unpaid leave when, not if, their benefits run out. What support are y'all planning to provide when that happens? That's the end of my comments, but I would really appreciate a response. Thank you.
Thank you. And hopefully when we get down to that agenda item, we'll be able to get to these questions. Right now, we're
Chad,
going to
I
go.
can resume my duties once again. Thank you.
Okay. So now our next speaker is Andrew Delantonio.
Hello, my name is Andrew Delantonio. I am the parent of an incoming freshman in the Round Rock High School system. I also teach at the University of Texas at Austin. I'm a member of the Academy of Distinguished Teachers, and I can verify that at UT we've been working very, very hard, as you all have, to try to keep everybody safe in trying to determine how to bring people back. I really don't want to repeat the brilliant things that my colleagues and my associates have just said over the last several testimonies. It is essential, I think, that we go to an entirely online set of options, that our teachers be trained carefully to teach online, because I agree, having taught both in person and online, it's a very different thing. It's crucial that our teachers be given the support to learn the best practices. And I guess I want to reiterate the importance of the Equity Task Force recommendations that another of my associates earlier made the point about, that, again, I understand that you want to support the report, the Equity Task Force. I understand there might be resources in our rainy day fund, and boy, is it raining now, to help with that. And I guess the most important aspect of that, for me, there are many important aspects, but the most important aspect is that it's going to be a difficult time regardless. We're going to need people to support our students, our kids, as they come back to school during a very traumatic time. And the fact that we have no social workers in AISD working in that capacity is really worrisome to me, especially for children who are going to be suffering more in this context because of their situation, because of the racial disparities in the district and so forth. So I want to really emphasize to the board that it is imperative that we give our students the resources they need, and the best way to do that is to do it entirely online, at least until December, at least, as folks have said before me, until we have a vaccine that's viable. And if we do that, then we can really focus on providing the resources to train teachers to teach online at the most effective way possible. And perhaps we can even have the resources to provide, who knows, maybe some social workers and other kinds of support for our kids who will be coming back in a very emotionally difficult time, especially since even if we do go online, families will lose members of their families. Unfortunately, people in our community will become sick and will die, and we need to have the support for our students when that happens. So please, we really appreciate the letter that you wrote to TEA. Hold tight and especially emphasize the importance of equity and social justice within our school district. Thank you all for your service, and I hope to hear some interesting answers later this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Wright.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees and Dr. Flores. I speak as president of Education Round Rock, representing EDRR members and all employees of the district. I also speak proudly as a teacher at Walsh Middle School. Our concern in returning to in-person classes has to do with our health and safety at this unprecedented time. I've been contacted in recent days by many employees, our teachers, paraprofessional education assistants, bus drivers, and others, all of whom have expressed grave concerns regarding resuming in-person instruction in August. I've heard from teachers who depend on their jobs for their livelihood as sole breadwinners, and also those who are caring for gravely ill family members, some of whom, should they contract COVID-19, would face very dire consequences. Many people feel like they're being asked to sacrifice their lives and the lives of their loved ones. We feel that returning to in-person classes at the current pandemic surge is ill-advised based on current scientific data and recommendations. I'm aware of the TEA guidelines concerning school closure, yet we urge the district to take advantage of the allotted period by TEA to delay in-person instruction. And we do thank you very much for sending the letter to TEA today. We also ask that that period be extended. We join with our neighboring educator associations in Pflugerville, Austin, and Del Valley in asking for an extension of the allotted time in order to assure our safety and the safety of parents and families in the district. The current TEA guidelines, if I understand correctly, are based on the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatricians for school reopening. Since the time the guidelines were established, the Academy has since revised its recommendations after realizing that the initial recommendations failed to take into account the health and safety of teachers and parents. We ask that you, our board, as well as TEA, consider those new guidelines and recommendations. We urge you to consider the gravity of the current situation and the plans that you will ultimately make for our district, its employees, students, and families. And I sincerely thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Lorena and Gus Higuera. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gustavo Higuera. This is my wife, Lorena. We're parents of a second grader in the dual language program. We just wanted to take, some time and talk about how we're going to, address equity with the reopening of our schools.
As we know, COVID-19 has made the inequities more apparent. Communities of color are shown to be more impacted by the pandemic. As you listen to tonight's presentation about the reopening of schools, it is crucial that you really consider how the plan will be communicated to the Spanish-speaking community. We saw the presentation posted, and it didn't address this, and this is why we wanted to speak. From our experience, in the dual language program, we find that the parents really have a hard time communicating with the administration about their concerns, or they're just sometimes just completely confused with the communications they get. And, my wife was the homeroom parent, and often they would come to her and ask her questions like, what's going on? And she's not fluent in Spanish, but I am. So then she would be like, Gus, like, how do we, this person has this question. We need to send them an email in Spanish to figure out how to talk to them. So, I just think that there's a lot of ways that we can improve the communication with the Spanish-speaking communities. And this to me, I think is going to be very important when we reopen the schools. So, how can we make it more accessible for the Spanish-speaking community to voice their needs and concerns? For example, currently in the town halls that I see listed for the reopening of schools, I don't see anything to engage the Spanish community. They're all in English right now. If we are trying to engage the Spanish-speaking community, can there be a separate town hall that is for the Spanish speakers? It's just one suggestion. How can parents like us help the Spanish-speaking communities to understand the changes that are happening with reopening schools? There are inequities in our school. We need your help addressing them. We are very concerned about our community. We are, affected by the pandemic. There needs to be someone that helps the school district make these decisions with equity in mind. We understand that there are funds requested by the Equity Task Force. We request that you grant these funds so they can help the communities of color properly, so they can help the communities of color be properly represented.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Our next speaker is Laura Kincaid.
Hi, Hi there. Thank you so much for allowing me some time to speak. My name is Laura Kincaid. I neither have children nor am a teacher at Round Rock ISD, but I have family that work at Round Rock ISD. And I have been following along as best as I can. I fully acknowledge that y'all are in a tough position. I really appreciate the letter that was sent to the TEA, but I simply don't feel the TEA has given any clear guidelines. There's so many questions, and the knowledge that I have about what happens in the classroom is so limited, and I have questions. I can't even imagine the teachers, the parents, the staff, the admin, the janitors, how they're feeling right now. And I urge you very strongly to take some action and protect the folks who educate children and who are just willing to risk their lives and be essential workers when we really need to take care of them. That's pretty much all I have to say. I just wanted to kind of chime in as a non-parent, non-teacher, and just say that this is so deeply important and we really need y'all to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emma Ray, but I don't know that I see her on the...
Yeah,
there you are. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Emma Ray, and I'm going to be an incoming sophomore at Round Rock High School, and I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak and be heard. First and foremost, I've been following the health updates and experiences of both students, teachers, and families. I'm extremely aware of all of the health concerns surrounding this upcoming school year. I especially empathize with the staff who do have to risk their own and their family's health if schools were to open up again. I also have been listening to all the speakers today, and I want to bring up that I agree and empathize with all of the points. I just wish to bring in another point to add on. When reading through the Reimagining Education Planning PowerPoint, it was made clear that hybrid learning was most likely not going to be an option. If we are going to be faced with choosing all virtual or all in-person for Round Rock High School, my first instinct is to stand with the all in-person learning. However, I honestly believe that option can only be viable if all safety measures, including masks, sanitation, and social distancing, were made mandatory. The reason I argue against 100% virtual learning is because of the experience I and quite a few other students I know had at the last part of the school year and so far throughout the summer. This includes how many family environments are not fit for certain students to learn in, and the massive mental health toll, including depression, anxiety, and isolation on students from being away from any sort of social environment, and the imminent detachment from grades and education or the apathy towards education. Overall, it is understandable that whatever choice is made will be made considering the critical concerns about this COVID-19 pandemic, but I hope the points that I brought to you today are taken into consideration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Catherine Wheel. I don't know that I see her on the participant list. Okay, we'll go ahead and skip to Johnny Pham.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Pham, and I'm a physics teacher at Round Rock High School. I would like to address long-term concerns regarding our commitment to equity. It is imperative that our district remain committed to equity in order to ensure that we provide quality education not just for some, not just for most, but for all of our students. Due to the transition from on-site learning to at-home learning this past spring, students' learning and cognitive needs have changed. Teachers will need to adapt our instructional strategies to accommodate this transition back into both on-site and at-home learning in a way that speaks to the diverse needs of our learning community, especially our vulnerable Black, Indigenous, and POC students. We will need support and resources in order to design equitable strategies to transition into this multi-platform learning environment. Along with these changes in instruction, adjustments must be made in order to provide fair and accurate evaluations for school staff, while at the same time maintaining accountability in regards to our commitment to equity. As mentioned, as we know, internet connection hotspots were utilized during the spring semester to provide students with access to internet during at-home learning. We will need to analyze the usage of hotspots to inform district and school administrators about the location and needs of our vulnerable Black, Indigenous, and POC students and families. This data can be used to inform and improve our response to their needs. Due to the pandemic and to the disproportionate racial injustices enacted against Black bodies within our world community, Black, Indigenous, and POC students and families will carry disproportionate amounts of trauma into this school year. As we emerge from the pandemic, mental health supports will need to be available. We will need training on trauma-informed instructional practices to support traumatized students going forward beyond the pandemic. We will need to partner with community organizations specializing in mental health and social services in order to support vulnerable Black, Indigenous, and POC families and to address insecurities such as lack of shelter, food, and clothing, fears of deportation, and bullying and abuse. Finally, it is well documented that Black bodies are overrepresented in discipline referrals in our district, which reinforces the school-to-prison pipeline for Black students. We will need to explore how the pandemic could exacerbate the school-to-prison pipeline. We will need to take steps to ensure that student stress and trauma during the pandemic doesn't lead to even more disproportionate response and continued overrepresentation of Black, Indigenous, and POC students in discipline referrals. By adjusting the student code of conduct, we will ensure just responses to student behaviors likely to be exacerbated during this time. In addition, restorative practices will need to be implemented in order to ensure equity in our discipline policies. We will require training on these restorative practices. Again, I ask on behalf of my fellow educators that teachers and community partners be included in the decision-making process to resolve these concerns that disproportionately affect our Black, Indigenous, and POC students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cassire Renteria. And I'm not sure if I said your name correctly, but.
Hi, that's me. I'm Cassire. So I am not a parent or a teacher. I am a family member and a auntie. Also, I am an entrepreneur who has had to be a critical infrastructure employee. And since the start of this, I have seen the increase in positive cases and have had to quarantine some of my own employees due to the increase in positive cases all over Travis County and surrounding areas, including Williamson. I'm here, one, because the TEA stated the current science suggests that there's many steps schools can take to reduce the risks, provide, prevent, respond, and mitigate. So the provide is the notice to requirements of parents. What exactly will we be providing to the parents and staff? I know that there's letters on TEA's website, but will the parents or teachers be provided with proper time in order to heal if they test positive? Also prevent, what about the asymptomatic threat that exists, along with the consideration of the minority demographics within the district and how the virus has affected primarily the African American and Latinx communities? Will free testing be available for those who choose in-school learning? The CDC suggests that racial and ethnic minority groups need to take extra precaution. So what are the percentages of the minorities in the school district, and how will you guys face these extra challenges? Will all students be forced to quarantine for the appropriate 14 days if they are exposed to someone who tests positively? What will substitute teachers be doing if they test positive, and how will you guys be tracing the possible cause of infection? Will all exposed be forced to quarantine or tested if they have the virus? If teachers are forced to enter a school building with all the known risks, will they be compensated as far as hazardous pay? The more that COVID-19 is being researched, scientists are finding that symptoms could very well last a lifetime. So will the district also be paying possibly for bills, future physical therapy appointments, the hospital stays if that happens, doctor visits, or any associated costs that are caused by a positive case of COVID-19? So TEA recommends that the infected individual must stay at home throughout the infection period, although it has been known that people can stay positive for up to 172 days. Will this teacher be compensated? And also I bring up again, they only have 5 days of sick and 5 days personal, and quarantine is 14 days as recommended by the CDC. Along with those sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Erin McGinnis.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
It's low. It's low. If you can.
Okay, hang on just 1 second. All right, is that a little bit better?
That is a little better.
Okay, very good. We had multiple meetings going on in multiple rooms in the house, so I was trying to use my earbuds and be courteous. I want to thank you guys for letting me speak this afternoon. My name is Erin McGinnis. I'm an English teacher at McNeil High School. And first, I want to say that the letter to the TEA this afternoon was really gratifying. I want to thank you, Dr. Flores and members of the board, for fighting for our safety and for that of our students. In the event that ask number 1 from your letter is denied, there are some logistical problems that we'll need to solve before school can begin. So we are concerned about the quarantine policy and staffing surrounding COVID-19. If a student or teacher tests positive for COVID-19, will everyone in class be required to test and quarantine until negative for the virus? And if so, will teachers have to use their personal days when they have to quarantine, and will those absences count against students for their credit for their courses? Will guest educators move between campuses, or will they be required to stay at one home base? We're also concerned about virtual instruction versus classroom instruction. Will people at risk be allowed to choose virtual instruction, or will these positions be assigned? We also want to know who qualifies as at risk. If I'm not personally at risk, but someone in my household is, will that be taken into account? Will students be able to switch from in-person to online for any other reasons besides their own personal illness with COVID-19? For example, if someone in their house has the virus or is especially susceptible to it, but that person is not personally sick, will they be able to transition to online learning to reduce the risk of spreading it to other people? We're also concerned about measures of precaution. Will all students and staff be required to go through wellness screening before entering the building and wear a mask while inside? And if a student refuses, what is the protocol? To what degree will district and school administrators enforce student mask wearing and social distancing? And to what degree will that burden fall on teachers' shoulders? And how are we going to ensure that enforcing those protocols does not create further inequities with our discipline? Right now, only N95 masks are being shown to clinically substantially prevent contracting COVID-19. So we wonder if staff will be supplied with N95 masks since we're essential. And we also want to know, will we be supplied with other protective equipment and disinfectant supplies? We're also concerned about student distancing. How are we going to ensure safety on buses or in common areas during the school day? We are concerned about the equity of access to technology, where those hotspots were located that weren't used, how we can tell if they're being used, how can we move those to an area in the community where more people can use them, and how quickly can we respond to that need. We also want to know how well informed the community is about hotspots. If people don't have access to technology, how are we communicating with them about their needs? And how do we
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Jansen.
Hi. Thank you for writing to Commissioner Morath today, and I implore others to share their thoughts about reopening with our elected officials in our district. I do appreciate this opportunity to provide input, and I hope that you allow your staff this opportunity in future decisions related to the upcoming school year. I'm speaking today as a concerned Round Rock ISD elementary teacher and as a parent of a Round Rock first grader. Round Rock prides itself on being a destination district. However, I am concerned that Round Rock leaders are missing an opportunity to stand up for its staff, our students, and their families during this time. Our safety is of the utmost importance. We deserve your transparency during this time, and we deserve to have our voices included in decision making. Reading the staff thought exchange and talking with other Round Rock ISD staff, it is clear that we are looking for answers to the following questions. If our first guiding principle is to prioritize staff and student safety and well-being, how can we do this while also reopening our campuses during a surge of COVID-19 cases in our area? Staff, students, and their families will be in danger if we return in person on August 10th. I am also a parent of a Round Rock first grader, and I have chosen remote learning for my child. As a teacher, I would appreciate the same choice to be made available for your staff. As leaders in our district, please do not be complicit with agencies or policies that put your community at risk. Show that you value us, our lives, our families, and please use your influence to advocate for us. Now, with roughly 58,000 members in the Round Rock community, how will you accommodate those of us, like myself, who are most at risk of complications or death related to COVID? How can I make a decision about returning in person or requesting an accommodation when I do not know what either of those options will look like? Furthermore, how can Round Rock ISD staff choose between returning in person or resigning now, when in all likelihood we'll be left with no choice but to teach remotely? Finally, with Round Rock ISD's recent response to focus on equity, how are you addressing the fact that COVID-19 disproportionately affects communities of color? How will you address the financial byproduct of systemic racism that may cause many of our Black and Brown families to be financially unable to keep their children at home? Are you considering how parent survey responses might be different for our Title I campuses? If we go in person, how will the district provide meals for families who need it? Will they be required to attend in person in order to receive food, or will Round Rock ISD continue curbside services? How are you ensuring that your planning task force contains a diverse group of members, specifically BIPOC staff and community members? Have you made a conscious effort to contact our families, especially low SES, African American, and Latinx families who have not responded to surveys? Lastly, will the decision to reopen our campuses help to dismantle systemic racism or perpetuate it? Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Hartman.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. The situation involving opening schools again this fall is a difficult one. Clearly, no single person has all the answers. There will not be a single solution that works realistically for everyone, but the best solution is one that takes concerns for safety first, especially for our most susceptible students, staff, and those with whom they come in contact. Schools reopening sooner than necessary may be the difference between containment of the novel coronavirus or considerably more outbreaks than hospitals and recovery resources can accommodate. The public, including students, their families, and school district staff, should have equitable representation in the decision-making efforts that result in the safety of everyone at stake. Safety concerns should address physical and emotional health for people of all abilities, while ensuring that the spread of the novel coronavirus is contained. Staff should be given a choice to return to work on campus, just as it has been presented for the families who will have the choice to send their kids to a campus. The reality is that returning to schools is drastically more unsafe now than it was right after spring break, and it can be predicted that a return to schools on August 20th will be also unsafe. We are not more explicitly close to a vaccine now than we were then. While a return to school may be realistic for some districts in Texas, where positive COVID cases have been low and continue to drop, cities must plan to operate differently. I believe that Round Rock ISD should operate in solidarity with those urban and suburban districts where case numbers and resources are similar, and remain closed for the foreseeable future until containment of the novel coronavirus is managed. School districts have the opportunity here, approaching soon, to show government officials at all levels that safety is paramount when it comes to students, their families, and staff. Governments must also be shown that lives are more important than preserving a capitalist economy. So far, our state's elected officials have not aligned with that idea. This means shifting workplace expectations in favor of families, providing stimulus to maintain practical living conditions, and implementing proactive instead of reactive measures to implement and eliminate the spread of coronavirus. When lives and health are at stake, schools cannot be treated like businesses. So I thank you for your action so far, and I encourage you to take the concerns of everyone tonight, plus anyone else that has the chance further to answer surveys. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sumed Sathye. And I don't see the name on the participant list, but all right. And then last, I have Jason S., who I don't see on the participant list either. So since they are not in, we will go ahead and then move on from our comment period and go. I know everybody had a lot of questions. I tried to write them down. Hopefully we're going to swing back around and the superintendent's report in just a moment. But right now we're going to go to action item D1.
President Weir, this is Jenny. If we could give Jennifer just a second to make sure we clear the screen.
Okay.
Jennifer, you'll just let us know.
Amy, is there, do you have any idea how long this G1 is going to take? It's going to otherwise suggest we move it to the end, and that way while people are still tuned in and want to hear this next superintendent's report.
It shouldn't take too long. Doug doesn't think it should take. It looks like just about everybody's gone. So let's really quick go ahead and move to item D1, the acceptance of resignation of Place 6 trustee Steve Math, effective November 2nd, 2020, and discuss the process to fill the vacancy. Now I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Ponick.
Okay, thank you. So as you all know, Trustee Math has announced that he'd be resigning, and he submitted a written letter signed by him, making it official. That letter becomes final 8 days after it's accepted without any action by the board, or the board can accept it within that window, which we're still in. Once the vacancy has been created, and it's sometime in the future, it's, as you know, November 2nd, the day before the trustee election, we have to look at what amount of time is remaining in the term. If there's more than a year remaining in the term, then the state law requires the board to take action within 6 months of the vacancy becoming final or permanent. And so there's also another state law that says that if there is such a restriction or requirement of a board, then it has to do it at the next uniform election date, which in this case would be November 3rd, 2020. So you have Mr. Math serving through November 2nd. The trustee elections happen on November 3rd. Those are part of your general election. This would be a special election that would be appended to that general election. So you'd have that seat also open for election. And all of the process generally to apply for a place on the ballot for that would also kick in just as it would for the general election.
So after we accept the resignation, in order to place the special election on the ballot, if that's the board's choice, I know packet pickup for those that wish to file starts next week. Do we need to do something tonight to make sure that is going to be on the special election and people know they can pick up packets for that place?
No, you don't, because by law you're required to put it on the ballot for November 3rd because there's more than 2 years remaining, and the election code said in that scenario it's got to be part of the election, the next uniform election date, which is November 3rd. So really all you have to do tonight is just accept the resignation, and then the election process should kick in for this seat as well as it would for the general election seats that you already were anticipating.
Okay. So do I hear a motion?
I move to accept the resignation of Place 6 trustee Steve Math, effective November 2nd, 2020.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the resignation of Place 6 trustee Steve Math, effective November 2nd, 2020.
A lot of people rushed in there in a second.
Does anyone have any further comments?
We
Mr.
love you,
Chadwell?
Steve.
Yeah.
We'll miss you very, very much.
Yeah.
I'm still around for a while.
All right. So I was going to say thank you for staying around until the election, the standard election. Thank you for putting this forward for the public to see in a timely manner. And certainly enjoyed working with you and looking forward for the next few months. Again, thank you for all your service that you've done and insight you brought to us, and your diplomatic, united. I think you're the uniter is what you like to call yourself. So I give you a lot of credit for that. So thank you for your service. I would like to vote no, but because you've made the request, I will likely vote yes for this agreement for your replacement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moses, did you have?
That's good enough for now. We'll save more later.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so we have a motion and a second. So I can see everybody. So by show of hands, all those in favor? All right, that was all 7 of us, sadly. So any opposed? No, so that passes 7-0. We have accepted your resignation as of November 2nd. And then I guess actually Ms. Carpenter and Ms. McPeters, we had asked y'all to be available just so that we can let the public know during this COVID time. I know last time when some of us ran in 2018, we actually came and picked a physical packet up. And I know the window opens next Monday, a week from today. What is going to be the procedure for those people wishing to file to run for school board?
Good evening, President Ware, Superintendent Flores, and other trustees. The Legal Services Department, through Lindsay McPeters, who will be serving as the interim election coordinator, administrator for this process, is prepared tonight to give the board and the community a presentation on the process during COVID-19. So I'll turn it over to Lindsay.
Thank you, and good evening, President Weir, trustees, and Dr. Flores. I will be quick and walk you through the process and answer any questions you have. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the situation is fluid. So the procedures that we have outlined today, they may change if there's some additional guidance from the Secretary of State, but this is the way we expect it to look. In terms of the process for picking up applications, the filing period does begin next Monday, July 20th. We will have applications available beginning July 15th, which is Wednesday. We'll post those application materials on the website beginning July 15th. And in order to minimize the necessity for in-person interactions, we do very much encourage people to download those application materials from the website. However, if an applicant will require an in-person pickup of an application packet, we ask that they schedule an appointment to pick up the application by contacting Legal Services. They can do that via the Legal Services email address, legal_services@roundrockisd.org, or by calling Legal Services at 512-464-5036. But we do very strongly encourage people to download that material from the website itself. And then in terms of the process for actually filing an application, like I said, that period does begin on July 20th. Applications can be filed via mail or they can be filed in person. Due to the pandemic, we do once again encourage people to file by mail, but if that's not preferable or possible, we do strongly encourage applicants to schedule an appointment in order to file their application in person. Those appointments, once again, can be made by contacting Legal Services via email or telephone call. The in-person filings will occur at the Lily Delgado Central Administration Building. Throughout the month of July, we will have a staff member available from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Thursday in order to accept in-person applications. I do, though, want to just stress again the importance of scheduling an appointment if at all possible. Beginning in August, we'll have a staff member available from 11 to 2 Monday through Friday. And on Monday, August 17th, which is the last day that a person can file an application, we'll have a staff member available between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. to accept those applications. If somebody wants to file an application outside of those times, an appointment is required. So unless the board objects to that process, we'll go ahead and post an amended notice tomorrow, both physically and online, with the updated in-person filing times. So the way that it will work is if a person shows up, they don't have an appointment, and it's in one of those filing times that we've designated and that we'll have posted both online and on the building, on the window outside the Central Administration Building. There will be a paper posted on the window, and it will have a phone number. And you will then call that phone number, and a person will come out to collect the filing. In the event that the person responsible for collecting that filing has stepped away, there will also be a backup phone number. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that's what the process will look like, and we will put this information on the website.
Ms. Feller?
So I did have a question. I know the city of Round Rock just postponed their elections again, and wondered if that's something that we as a school district want to consider, or if that's something even on the table. I know that electioneering typically involves close contact in talking with people, trying to, get your name out, going door to door. There's a lot of contact, intimate contact with other individuals and people that you don't know. When having just come off the campaign trail, most recently with, the other 3 trustees that were elected in 2018, I just wondered if that's something that we've considered. I don't know if that's something, I know we're a little bit ways away from that. I'm hoping we're back normal by November, but I just wanted to throw that out there because that does give me a lot of concern to think about putting people who are looking to get their name out there and run. We only have 2 people on this out of 4 seats that would be coming for re-election. So it's a bunch of individuals that would be new to the arena, and just thinking about their safety as well.
Mr. Moses?
Yeah, and I understand Trustee Feller's thoughts on that, but I feel like unless folks are above us decide to move an election date, we need to just stay true to it, and then anybody who's running just needs to take all the right precautions you can and be smart, but just leave it as is.
That would be my personal preference, because we know the cost will go up too if we postpone and the national elections and state elections don't postpone. Mr. Chadwell?
I was going to ask Doug if that's even legal. I've never heard of that in a school board. I've never heard of it until, of course, this last spring with the delay of the runoff elections, and then the city of Round Rock postponing their election. So,
right. The governor, last time it required the governor to permit us to do that, or permit districts that had May elections to postpone. Without that grant of power from the governor, I don't really believe it's an option. So you're mandated to conduct the elections as scheduled in the election code.
Okay, thank you. And we have to call the election, or do we even have to call the election on August 20th, or is it just, you were saying earlier, it's automatic?
No, you still have to call an election and pass an election order. What is not a discretionary issue is whether to put this seat up for a special election. That is mandated by the election code and the education code together.
Yeah, and the cost of the election is shared with all the other entities who are having elections. So as Amy said a minute ago, the advantage of doing it now, even though it's not an option to postpone it, is that we share it with state, government, local, all the other entities having elections in November.
And we do notify them, we're required to notify them that we are at least moving forward with the possibility of an election. By the end of July is when they ask for that information. Even if the board, once the board issues its order, then you follow the proper procedures for going forward. But we just notify the election entities that there will likely be one. So if there are changes made for some reason by the governor or the state related to the election, then that information will be shared at a later date.
Thank you. I just had one comment, Ms. McFeeters. I had a parent over in a McNeil parent from the Pearson Ranch area that had called me and was asking me questions about filing. And when we went online and I was trying to walk him through where to go find the forms, the links are to the Secretary of State and it shows all of the forms. It's not actually just to the direct link to the form that a school board candidate would fill out. And I'm not even sure, I had to walk him through how to find the ethics one for, fundraising and all that. So I guess my request would just be that it be sort of that direct link for the people because I remember we got packets in 2018 with a little, drive that we could walk through all the instructions. So it may be a little bit more difficult.
Right. And we will put that information online by the 15th, but we'll certainly look at cleaning that up to make it clear what information is required.
Thank you.
I have One more
Mr.
request
Chadwell?
as a courtesy to all of the people who are considering running, that as soon as somebody files within 24 or 48 hours, post it online who the candidate is and who their treasurer. It's a 2-page document. It would be online so people can see that. And in 2018, that was not posted until afterwards, and that was a new process that caused a lot of problems within the district or within the community. So ask that be put online as soon as somebody files.
Is that something we need to vote on, or is that just like a district policy that we could just put those out there? I know a lot of people do come up, have their treasurer as somebody that's very important in the community, and they would want other people to know who their treasurers are.
Right. So the campaign finance reports are posted online. Mr. Chadwell, are you asking the applications also be posted online?
I believe that was, yeah.
Right. When somebody files, so it says John Smith or whatever, and it has their name, address, their treasurer, and of course the notary. I think it still has to be notarized, but all of that just shows that it has been and which seat they're running for, because that's real important for the public to see and candidates to see who's running in which place and who their treasurer is.
Okay.
Okay. Is that something we can do?
I will certainly look into that. I would defer to Mr. Koenig as to the legality of posting those and when that needs to be posted for his address to the board.
So applications for a place on the ballot may contain certain information that is not public. I don't know I haven't addressed that myself directly, but that's one issue, is like, do they have a cell phone number or something that they don't wish to have published? But a simple call to that person maybe resolves that issue. Apart from that, I don't know that. You said that there used to be a process to do that, Chad?
Yeah, every election, Randy Stotts, who was the CFO at the time, it was under his department. Somebody would come in and there was a notary in his department. The person would hand the document to the notary. They would sign it, notarize it, make a copy. A copy would stay with the district, and then the candidate would take the other copy home. And then the next day, usually within 24 hours, on the website, it would say candidate so-and-so has filed, or just here are the candidates who have filed. And again, it would show, it put all their information on there. I think that's all public information. I forgot the document, COH or whatever it is. As far as I know, I think that's public information with the Secretary of State. And it was.
So we will, I apologize. So there is a procedure under the election code for reviewing that information that is public, and that information that has to be protected. That information that is public we can get copies of that information and follow through with those procedures and put them online as soon as possible.
And I don't know how Mr. Chadwell feels, but I think if we just had the name of the candidate and the name of the treasurer, I know Ms. Vessa had mentioned, we did have 4 people go for one place last time, because I think people didn't realize how many people had filed in different races.
So the third thing, name candidate, the treasurer, and then certainly which place they're running for, which
they're
seat.
running for. Mm-hmm.
That would be public information. So you could publish that information. That would be simple.
Just those 3 things to make it easy. Okay. Are there any other comments? I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Carpenter and Ms. McFeeters. So now we will go to the one everyone is waiting for, Superintendent's report. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, President Weir. But before we begin, I want to show appreciation and thank, Mr. Steve Math for his service. So thank you, Mr. Math, as well. And also the speakers tonight had great insight. They had great questions and just some thoughts that we hope to be able to present to you tonight in a thorough presentation. As you know, we've been working very hard under constantly shifting circumstances since March to keep our students learning and engaged and to prepare for the upcoming year. And we had all hoped we'd be transitioning to more normal conditions by now. But as you know, as the speaker spoke tonight, COVID-19 situation has become more serious here in Texas, as well as the nation, and in Austin, Round Rock area in particular. Given that, we have had to remain nimble and remain flexible in our planning. So some things changed. Just like last week, we received from the Texas Education Agency the guidelines on Tuesday, July the 7th. And we also know that the reality is simple. Texas Education Agency and other public officials are steadfast in their plans to open schools, and that's understandable for this fall, in spite of the current status of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is not understandable. That's the piece where it's incongruent, and we know that schools are caught right in the middle of that. So just today, and it's been alluded to, President Weir and I sent a letter to Commissioner Morath expressing our concerns and asking for some local flexibility on these decisions. So we hope to hear something from them soon, or from the Texas Education Agency soon. We just want to assure our staff and families that every decision that we make is based on the best interest of our students and staff and their health and their safety. So again, that'll always be our top priority. That's why later in the presentation, we'll be sharing our decision to start school virtually for the first 3 weeks, and that will allow time for our conditions hopefully to improve and to ensure our campuses are ready to safely welcome back its students and its staff. So let me repeat, later in the presentation, we'll be sharing our decision. We're going to get your thoughts to that as well, because I think obviously the board needs to publicly give their thoughts to what they feel about that. So again, we'll be sharing our decision to start school virtually for the first 3 weeks of school, August 20th, beginning August 20th. And we stated our meeting on June 18th. At that meeting, actually, I stated, and I promised that this board that we would have a return to school plan by July the 17th, which is this Friday. We could have predicted, who would have predicted that the intervening month, that this situation will become even worse than when we were in March. However, after our discussions tonight, we are still on schedule to share that plan for July 17th, with the caveat that we must be ready to change and shift with the prevailing conditions. And we know how fast and fluid things happen, even on a daily, hourly basis at this time. So we can go to the first slide, and then I'll go ahead and get this started with our planning assumptions. And again, the speakers actually spoke to so much of this. So this is kind of a rehash of what 20 speakers spoke to. We do know that COVID-19 pandemic will continue through the 2021 school year. Without a vaccine, and speaker stated earlier, we're optimistic that later in this year, that within the school year, there will be a vaccine. But listen to what I just said, later within the upcoming school year. That in itself is not very comforting, and we understand that. Bullet 2, their health and safety, logistics, and district facilities will be extensive in order to maintain a safe in-person environment for our students and staff. That's highly critical, and we'll talk about that tonight as well. There'll be flexible learning options that must be created, must be designed to meet families' needs. We must be ready to pivot to 100% virtual learning at any time. That is so critical, and there were some discussion to that by speakers that in the March setting, that it may have seemed a little bit, not as well planned. Well, we were also thinking that we would probably get back to school. So now we know that that's how we will start. So with that, students will likely be moving in between in-person and virtual learning throughout the course of the year. So there's flexibility there as well. And we also, it's not as simple as it sounds, but we know that students' needs are best met within schools. We know that our schools should be open when they can be open, and we will open them when we feel comfortable to do so. And we also know that our staff members have expressed and thanks for the volume of personal emails sent to me directly, talking about how this impacts you and how tough it is, because every teacher wants to be with their students, but not everyone is as positive about the environments they will enter. So we want to create some movement there to where teachers feel more comfortable in returning to their classrooms to teach the students that they love. Teachers love teaching. These facts and assumptions are why we are proceeding with caution and with extensive scenario planning and preparedness. And before I turn it over to Mandy Estes, our Chief for Teaching and Learning, I just want to make sure that I close my portion of this with the simple fact that we will be as flexible as possible, but at the same time, we'll never compromise our student and staff safety. We have morning Joes, which are actually my discussions with tomorrow, the leadership group. We talked to principals today. We talked yesterday, also this morning with our area superintendents. And that's how, after all the understanding that it's best to have a three-week option, that's why we will begin that process, and we feel that it's going to be as successful as possible. So at this time, I'll turn it over again, like I stated, to Mandy Estes, who's worked so tirelessly. In fact, sometimes 3, 4 in the morning. I don't know if she slept for this presentation. So without further ado, thank you, Ms. Estes, for the work you and your staff are doing, and also all staff in the district as we move to this Reimagining Education 2021. So let's reimagine education. Take it away, Mandy.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Flores. And yes, a lot of folks have been really burning the night oil on this, knowing that the communication coming out from TEA has been fluid, and knowing that they are dealing with some of these very complex situations at the agency level as well as they try to get guidance out to school districts. The latest round of guidance came last week, as was referred to earlier tonight, on July the 7th. Jennifer, if you'll go to the next slide, what I'm going to do, trustees, is walk you through some of the highlights of pages and pages of documents. I have a pretty big stack here next to me on the desk in anticipation of questions that you may have, but I'm going to try to just hit the highlights here. So TEA about 2 weeks ago defined 2 paths to taking attendance within a virtual model. And those are here on the screen in front of you. One was we can mark students present by virtue of synchronous instruction. And as you know, this requires that all participants, the teacher and the student, be present at the same time virtually. This path was opened up for 3rd through 5th graders, required a minimum of 180 minutes of synchronous instruction per day, and also for 6th through 12th graders. And again, you see 240 minutes per day. The examples you see below are right out of the TEA's guidance for what this definition is of synchronous instruction. And then you see on the opposite side of your screen, asynchronous instruction does not require all participants to be virtually present together. And this one is available for all grade levels. Now, there's some important wording in the example below the asynchronous instruction model, and I want to point that out to you. So that line that says intermittent teacher instruction, we know that is very important for our teachers to connect with our kids. We had a wonderful opportunity through summer school to do more than what we did last spring in that environment. And so while TEA did not prohibit kindergarten, or actually pre-kindergartners through 2nd grades, from getting online with their teacher, the commissioner explained in one of the calls that the intent was that the thinking was that there was not, it was not good practice to have very young kids on screens for long periods of day. So that was good news for all of us here. Kids can be marked in one of 3 ways, can be marked present in one of 3 ways. They're either on campus, so they're present. They're involved in synchronous, meaning that they log in for the number of minutes that you see on the screen there, of course, only for 3rd through 12th. Or they can be marked present by virtue of being involved in asynchronous instruction. That one's a little trickier to determine present and not present, but there's some pretty good guidance out from TEA on that says engaging with the teacher in a live interaction, working on assignments within the LMS, etc., completing some formative assessments. So there are some paths through the asynchronous. So we literally in the district could have students who are present on campus one day and present for synchronous instruction or asynchronous instruction the next day in the event of a campus or district closure. We could have kids toggling in between all of those for attendance accounting. We were also given a grace period next fall in which we will be held harmless if our attendance rates drop. Next slide, please, Jennifer. So under both of these options, districts must take a daily attendance. We also still have to meet the 75,600 minutes per year of instruction rule. And so what this means is that if we have a situation in which we go into a district closure and no instruction occurs, no remote instruction occurs, then those are days that we have to make up. Similar to a snow day, for example, we would have to make those days up as we would fall short of the 75,000 minute rule. And we do have a couple of bad weather days built into our calendar, but pretty quickly we'd have to start making up days, which would extend our instructional year into a designated holiday currently on our calendar or into June. So there are also no missed school day waivers for schools. This past spring, we were allowed to submit missed school day waivers so that we were held harmless. This year, TEA's made it very clear that if we begin to not provide instruction, either remotely or in person on any given day, that option is not there. Of course, we're required to address the required curriculum. And school grading policies for remote student work must be consistent with those used pre-COVID, meaning no pass-fail. They do want us to assign grades in a manner that is commiserate to what we did prior to COVID. Next slide, Jennifer. Now, this one was the long-awaited. We were on the edges of our seats. That may sound kind of nerdy to all of you, but we really wanted to see this public health guidance. It was originally slated, as I told you previously, to come out June the 23rd. It was delayed, and again, completely can understand why. There's a lot of complex issues in this. Within that document, the 90% attendance rule will remain, and what that means is that's the seat time rule, in essence, that students must be participating in classes 90% of the day's instruction is offered to be eligible for promotion. So that does not go away. Also, statements in that document that parents may request virtual instruction, and that we are permitted to allow transitions to hold students and to allow those transitions to occur virtually and in person at the end of grading periods. Now, one of the speakers tonight asked a great question, and that one was about a student becoming sick and perhaps needing to step away from on-campus instruction. And that's the wonderful thing about the platform that we're designing, and it was referred to by yet another speaker, that within Schoology, by teaching within that platform, both in person and in a virtual setting, that transition, while it may not be completely seamless, it will be a lot easier than the transition that we went through this past spring when we quickly closed down. We do, for those parents who wish students to attend in person any day that a campus is open, we must allow that. You see the fourth bullet there that we'll talk about later this evening that Dr. Flores alluded to earlier. There is an allowance for schools for 3 weeks and 3 weeks only currently for us to limit access to on-campus instruction. Essentially, that means that we could go 100% virtual. During that time, any family that doesn't have internet access or devices available may still bring their student on campus each day. We also, as a district, are making plans for how we can help with distribution of additional devices should that need be there, so that those families wouldn't be forced to bring their student on campus for internet access. Next slide. And this one, I believe I'm kicking it over to Dr. Malerba.
Thanks, Mandy. I just have a short couple of things to speak to with regard to the parent survey. So for about a week, closing last Thursday, we took what we've been referring to as a pulse check with our parents to ask them, knowing what you know now, do you think you would feel comfortable returning your student to school, or would you prefer them to learn at home virtually, since those will be our two options? And it was really roughly a 50-50 split. And even looking across, elementary, middle, and high, for example, and across campuses, I didn't see any strong trends one way or the other that deviated from that. The ranges just weren't that significant. We will be asking soon for a more firm decision from families, but they will have until 2 weeks before school starts to adjust that decision. And along with that, we'll be asking again if there's a need for a Chromebook or a hotspot to facilitate learning from home. So that's that. I don't know if Annette was going to jump on to the next one, but I could start to speak to that as well. So we also opened up a survey asking staff about their plans, their ability to return to work this fall. And as of earlier today, we had about 97% of staff, and just about a little under half responding so far, about 3,100 responses saying that they would be able to return. And then, of course, those that can't will have the options you've heard Annette speak about with regard to different types of leave and accommodations.
So sure. I wanted to thank the staff again for the responses in our previous thought exchange and remote work survey, as well as the thought exchange that followed the Morning Joe from last Thursday. We're going to address ideas and concerns during the next Morning Joe videos as well. And just as we had hoped, we are receiving requests from employees who are in need of an accommodation or leave, and we're contacting those employees and we're providing them with information that they're needing. Many of the thought exchange comments that we've seen so far are referencing accommodations and leave. And so during this coming Thursday's Morning Joe, there will be an overview of the leave options as well as the process to request that accommodation or leave. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the next slide over to Dr. Danny Presley, the Senior Chief of Schools and Innovation.
Hey, President Weir, Dr. Flores, members of the board. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all my colleagues. A lot of people think since this all started in March that people have kind of taken a break. And I can tell you our area superintendents and principals have been working harder than ever around the clock, as well as our HR team. Annette's been working late nights, weekends, nonstop, as well as our teaching and learning team with Mandy, communication team with Jenny. So I want to thank all of them for making my job a little bit easier from bringing all the information forward. And as you guys understand tonight, after hearing the speakers and what you've heard so far, this is changing still every day. So it's a critical time that we make good decisions, but calculated decisions on everything that we do. So a little bit of history here. When we began several months ago looking at what would school look like in the fall, because we didn't know if this thing was going to explode or diminish, right? And so we started out looking at some kids may be 100% in person, some may be 100% virtual. And then we'd have a hybrid model where some kids would come to school 2 to 3 days a week and work at home on other days. But like a lot of other districts, as we looked at this, and we've been comparing notes with many, many districts around the state, you can go to the next slide, we found out the hybrid model was not really a good option. And these are some of the reasons why. And I want to be really clear with you guys and the public tonight, the impact on families, if you have kids that go to school on different days and different weeks, it creates real challenges for you on who's watching your kids. Otherwise, you might have multiple kids at different grade levels, and we have trustees who've experienced that may be, in school at different times than others. Transporting on different schedules creates undue challenges for families, who's getting picked up when they get home, and then challenges with extracurricular scheduling. The impact on teachers, it really doesn't improve safety. If you're on a hybrid model, if you're bringing all your kids in sometime, everybody's in school sometime, which creates a little bit of an issue, or a big issue, actually. And then child care challenges for staff. If they're coming to work some days and not others on a hybrid model, and they have kids themselves, what do they do with their kids on the other days? And then planning for students who are learning in two contexts, in person and virtually. The information we're getting says that's really pretty challenging for kids. So you can go to the next slide, Jennifer. So the proposal we're bringing forth, or what we think we need to move forward with, and we want to hear your input on this tonight, trustees, is that we're giving parents options. Either you're comfortable with your kid coming to school with proper health care and health protocols in place, or you'd rather just stay at home until all this thing clears. And that's a choice. And I think it all boils down to parent choice. We need to give, just like we're creating flexibility, we need to give our parents the flexibility to do what's best for their family. So what we're bringing forth is that we have a model that either your kid's going to come to school every day and we'll make that work, and we will social distance and do all the health things that we need to do, which also continues to change, or you're more comfortable keeping your kids at home and we're going to teach them at home as well as they've ever been taught. So the caveat to that, I'll tell you, and once again, comparing notes with other districts and what they're doing, in high schools, there are some courses especially in high schools, a little bit in middle school, but mainly in high school, where kids are following their career pathway, their credentials they're trying to get. And some of those courses really can only be taught in person. So we're looking at the only hybrid piece of this, and I hate to use that term because we're not really looking at a hybrid model anymore, is that a kid could be 100% virtual in high school, but be afforded the opportunity to come up and take certain courses on a high school campus that they really have to do in person. One example would be auto tech. You can't come up, you can't work on cars from home with the instructor there. So once again, our high school students will have the opportunity to choose certain courses that they have to come to school to take, and that would be in person with their instructor with all the proper health protocols in place. And that's just to continue to provide our kids the best opportunity to continue what they've been doing. We're compiling a list of courses that our instructors, our CTE department is the main focus of this, would say these are courses that actually have to be taught in person. You can't do this and that at home. And so we're having those brought forth. So students would be able in high school to choose 100% virtual, but I'm going to come up and take a class here or a class there, depending on what that need would be. And that's just to serve our kids and make sure they're able to continue what they've been studying throughout their high school career. I think the next slide is mine as well. And no, actually, this goes to Mr. Wooster and Natalie Nichols, who've been chairing our safety committee. We have multiple committees that have been in place since all this started, looking at various aspects of schooling and what that looks like. And so I'll turn that over to Terry and Natalie. Natalie's on the call tonight, so they can talk a little bit about the work they've been doing and kind of what we're looking at from a campus perspective for safety. And these are a lot of the drill down questions that parents and teachers are asking. So,
thank you, thank you, Dr. Presley. And as we go into safety measures, it does represent many questions in regards to how are students going to be in person back into facilities. And so, as we go back into facilities, at some point in time, we have to address multiple issues related to or topics that are related to the absolute safety of both the staff and the students. And so we fall back on the guidelines that TEA published back last Tuesday on July 7th. And so that particular guideline is meant for planning. It's the title of that is Public Health Planning Guidance. And so within that guidance, and we begin to talk about face coverings and what constitutes a face covering. And you can see that within the first three bullets there are three different types of face coverings. There's, of course, disposable and cloth and shields. And noted here that there are qualities in face coverings. For example, the KN95 masks are more medically appropriate for our nurse team and perhaps special needs classes and assistants and teachers in those locations. And so, as well as the guidelines, our guidance helps us begin to narrow down on how do we deal with thermometers and checking, and the guidance focuses on pre-screening both staff before they come to the school facility and pre-screening students before they come to the school facility. And so we look less at how many thermometers do we need, hand-free thermometers, but we know that they're hard to ascertain or hard to get. Let's say there's a shortage of these devices. And so we're looking to procure all of these products and be able to have them available to us. I'm going to pause a few minutes and just allow Natalie Nichols to just talk about the sanitation that's going on that we have planned to be able to accommodate within the building as students come back on behalf of staff and students again.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I know this is a question on a lot of people's minds, and I love that we have this opportunity to begin this discussion. None of us have all of the answers, but hopefully in starting this dialogue, we can give some good feedback to each other and arrive at some answer that will meet most of the needs of our community. So in talking about cleaning, so one of the things in working with Terry, within all the teams, we have an area superintendent and someone else from either schools and innovation or teaching and learning partnered up so that we all have a different vantage point on all the different issues. Terry and I are working together to chair this committee on facilities and safety. Specifically as it relates to cleaning. So Terry, within his job, really talks to the specific piece as far as the processes that the custodians have in place as far as to clean, and to not just the normal clean, but to really make sure it's clean as far as CDC guidelines as it relates to custodians. When it comes to the other side of the house, one of the things that we're looking at is really making sure that we've developed processes and procedures within the classroom day to clean the space. What that specifically looks like is not necessarily where the teachers will be cleaning, but more so where we're retraining our students as far as all the different processes and procedures within the school day. There is a professional development committee as well, and so we will be partnering with that committee as far as all the processes and procedures based on TA guidelines as parameters, and develop specific content in order to deliver to our students and to our teachers, and also to share it within the community. And so that's exactly how we'll be working. So for example, something in regards to cleaning may look like if we decide that we will be, when we're face-to-face or if we're face-to-face, as students leave their classes to go to another classes at the secondary level, making sure that we have processes in place where at least 5 minutes before we stop, Terry's team will make sure that each classroom has large tubs of sanitizing wipes, and have processes in place where we're wiping down the common area that the student has just been at, the desk, the chair, and everything else, before then they go on to their next class and other students come in to engage within that space.
Thank you, Natalie. I'll mention too is that not only is it a collaborative effort in sanitation, but also we reach out to our consultants and contract with consultants. For example, I've mentioned here a Germ Blast, which is an opportunity to bring in a company that will create a sanitation throughout the building, where you blast a sanitation throughout the building, and to use that company and or contractors for manpower uses where we need to add additional sanitation and or focus. We can go to the next slide, because the safety measures don't just end at the personal protection equipment level or the products that we buy. It also goes towards what can we do to modify the facilities to be more appropriate in protecting ourselves from potential COVID viruses. And so currently the maintenance team, these are our own employees, and the plumbing team particularly is committed to installing and having working within the facility a minimum of 2 bottle fillers per campus. And there will be more at other campuses with multiple buildings and things. But that's ongoing now this summer with our maintenance team and staff members, as well as within the maintenance team. They're working to develop a protocol for working to improve our supply air, and we have a better air delivery system, and by cleaning that air with the ionization. And that's a project that's ongoing, and we installed different devices within a supply air to improve that environment, particularly for staff and students, as well as within the bond funds, within bond projects. We are focused on facility access, and knowing that we had bond funds to install ADA hands-free openings. So that has been accelerated through the summer to accomplish it at all of the facilities. There's a big push in signage, and again, I'll pause and allow Natalie to delineate some of the signage and work that's going on in that area.
So the signage goes along with all the safety measures that we have in line. Many of you, if you've been out in different stores and facilities, what you've seen is, for example, signage as far as allowing people to be at least 6 feet apart, so that social distances, signing at the beginning of, in front of doors before you enter facility, that tells you to remind you of whether or not you've checked for all the different sides of COVID-19 and that you're not allowed to enter. Signage specifically where we're talking about only allowing maybe essential personnel within our facilities and explaining exactly what constitute essential personnel and then who would be specifically allowed in our space. Signage in our bathrooms as far as sign washing, again, still social distancing within that space. Looking at one-directional hallways so that we don't have that intermingling in public spaces, and so on and so forth. And so we've set up a protocol specifically where made it very easy for the principals. We have not released this as yet. I wanted to make sure that we present it to you guys tonight, where they have a picture of all the different signage, an explanation of exactly where the signage should go, and also how often it should be spaced within a physical area. And so that way, based on the size of your specific campus and your facility, principals then will just simply have to go in and select a number based on the directions given, and to where that would be automatically generated and delivered to each campus so that have that available for their spaces.
Thank you, Natalie. And through all that signage, it takes us to how the facility is actually used, and we're all growing accustomed to being at a cashier or at a counter where there is a clear partition of some type. And so the maintenance team and the construction team are active in being able to procure partitions and install them so that the entire lengths of reception counters in administration areas and locations where cafeteria workers are at cashiers and interacting with students have these partitions. And that even goes as far as reception areas. And when I say reception areas, there are offices such as registrar or counselors. And so we are working to make sure that we have the partitions in those locations as well. And discussions for partitions are ongoing in how they may be implemented into the classroom directly with the student at tables and or desk. We've also been talking with staff members in regards to identifying isolation spaces, knowing that a student may or a staff member may come to school and they may be showing symptoms of COVID-19. And so to be able to have a specific place identified as an isolation space. And last but not least is that we want to look forward and be creative in the use of our facilities. And so we know that outside air is productive and useful, and we can't always put outside air into our facilities based upon their design and the way they are built from an existing point of view. But we're exploring and looking at opportunities to create such as an outdoor learning environment where we have a shaded awning and a hardscape so classes can go out into those areas and where they may not have been able to do that before. So there's much going on in these areas. Just there's much detail in these physical environments as well as the PPE and products. And so we are busy drilling down deeper and deeper into the recommendations from the TEA as well as the CDC. So I am passing on now to Dr. Audix, and he will be taking you through some discussion budgets.
Thank you, Terry. So give you a financial update right quick, starting with the non-payroll cost through July 9th. We had $198,000 of non-payroll cost, plus an additional $195,000 of encumbered expenses, basically things we've ordered but we haven't received and paid for yet. President Weir asked for the significant detail on that, and so in the board update this week we'll send that. There's basically 10 pages of detail on the cost. It's broken out by fiscal year, so there'll be 10 pages of detail on the expenses that we incurred last year, basically from March to June 30th, and then there's a one page for what we've incurred so far this month, which is our next fiscal year that we're living in right now. Most of the non-payroll costs, just at a summary level, is in the personal protection equipment, mask, gloves, hand sanitizer. Then there's cleaning supplies, hotspots for students, and printing take-home learning packets. So that's kind of what went on there. And like I said, I'll get you the detail on all of that in the board update this week. A couple other items. Yana gave me the meal count. And this is pretty amazing. When you take the meals that started basically after spring break from March 23rd to the end of the school year, we did just over 300,000. Over the course of the summer, we're right now, as of today, at another 166,000. So that brings the total right at 470,000 meals. Almost 500,000 meals have been served to students since the pandemic started. So really appreciate not only the work that Yana's done, the principals and their teams and the transportation team, everybody involved in making this happen. So that's great work there. Then one final thing from a funding expectation is just to let you know, when it comes to ADA, TEA has said that there'll be a hold harmless, to where if our attendance in the first 2 6 weeks periods is greater than 1% less than it was this past year, then the attendance in the first 2 6 weeks won't be counted. They'll just use our attendance in the last 4 6 weeks to calculate. So that's basically a safety blanket for us. So just FYI as we go forward. So with that, that's the financial update, and I'll turn it over to Jenny for next steps.
Thank you, Dr. Audix. I think we heard a lot from our speakers tonight about how important communication is with our families and community and our staff members. We've really been trying to walk the line between, providing lots of communication and staying in touch, but making sure that we are, as situations changing, that we're not communicating, then having to go back on what we say. So we have been communicating on a regular basis throughout the school year. Of course, we had our health and wellbeing newsletter. And then in the summer, we're doing summer e-news, which is biweekly. And then we also, of course, have special announcements and letters from Dr. Flores. So we've been doing everything we can to make sure we're staying in touch and keeping our families up to date. We do know that we can email, we can text, we can call, but there's nothing like a face-to-face, and in this case, it would need to be virtual face-to-face with our community. So we are going to be, starting next week, holding virtual town hall meetings using Zoom as a platform, and we have specific topics, and in some cases, we'll do one for elementary, one for secondary. And so we're excited, and I'll share the dates with those on the next slide. And then, of course, we're going to follow up. As Dr. Malerba said, we did do the Pulse survey to find out if people were leaning towards in-person or virtual learning. But once we do post in detail our plans, which Dr. Flores mentioned that we'll be doing on Friday, and we understand that people want to see that before they make a decision. And so we'll be posting those detailed plans. And then we'll be asking our parents and guardians again if they could indicate that in-person or virtual learning preference. And then, of course, other things that are underway that are not in my world, but they are happening, is in Terry's world, equipping our schools and campuses with what they need to enhance safety, making sure they're ready for when students are able to come back to campus and when teachers are ready for coming back to campus. And then also professional development on things like virtual instruction, but also as Ms. Nichols mentioned, on making sure that we're training our students and our staff members on those cleaning protocols and safety protocols. And so the next slide, we have those virtual town hall meetings. We're starting off with an hour. We do have a platform to accommodate a large number of people, so we'll see how that goes. I'm interested to see how many people tune in. We're promoting those through social media and our website, and also direct email to our families. And then we'll continue these as necessary. I was really interested and happy to hear actually the parents who spoke about making sure that our Spanish speakers are also able to get this information. And that's something that my team and I have been brainstorming about. It's very important to us. All of our communication has gone out in English and Spanish, but we were talking specifically about how we can do this with our virtual town hall meetings. So for this first go round, we will be recording these and we'll be posting them. So if you weren't able to attend, you could go back and watch. And we've talked about a service that we could use that we could caption them in Spanish. But we are also looking at opportunities for virtual town hall meetings held entirely in Spanish. So that is something that we're pursuing because we do understand that's very important. And I think we go back to Dr. Flores on the next slide.
Thank you, Jenny, and I just want to also thank staff. We went through this fairly quickly. There's a lot of information, and we know that. There's probably still some questions, but one of the things that and you see this slide, discussion of a 3-week transition period. Let me make sure that we all understand, and I know this board understands, but the community that may feel like, wait a minute, I really was expecting school to start August 20th. We need to have our students in the classrooms. We need to have them with teachers. We get that. We understand that. We began our day today. I did with the area superintendents and had an extensive discussion about next steps and what the thoughts were with regards to a possible 3-week transition period. And again, we wrote a letter, President Weir and I wrote a letter to TEA and Commissioner Morat, but it's not dogging TEA. What it is saying, look, we need more flexibility. And one of the things provided in the guidelines last week that were issued last week, he did, and I commend because he's in a tough situation. The Texas Education Agency is in a very tough situation as well, as they try to educate 5.1, 5.2 million students throughout this large state. So we knew this was going to be a tough decision for them. But the flexibility he did, there was one caveat that's within the purview, which we're exercising, that is to go 100% virtual for 3 weeks. So from our August 20th to September 11th timeline, so then August 20th, school would be first in-person day would be September 11th, provided we are hoping that the demands are met for, or not so much the demands, but the expectations, and hopefully that we get more to some safe procedures and people start getting better and the COVID, number of positive cases begins to decline and then some. But even then, there'll be people talking about, hey, that's too soon even then. I'm saying right now, stay with us with first things first from now till September 11th, and we'll do the things that we need to do so that we can have minimal, hopefully, interruptions throughout the year. Because one of the first planning assumptions I stated to you was expect COVID-19 to be with us all year round. I hope it doesn't have to be a start and a stop. By elongating our start time to September 11th, in person, if we got the positive outlook for that, it allows us to hopefully be in a position to better have less interruptions throughout the year. But there's so many variables, as you well know. So at this time, again, I want you to also know we discussed our principals this morning, with our principals this morning, and there was not one principal. As tough as this was, they talked about how their teachers want to return, but they want to return when they feel safe. Every principal that we talked to stated that, and it was almost unanimous. We didn't have an official vote, but the opportunity for them to weigh in if there was any school that was not want to exercise that 3% or that 3-week window. The other thing, because I want to get your thoughts as well, but when we looked at the parent surveys, they came in last Thursday, and over 38,000 completed the survey. That's quite a number. And one of the things, what's important about that data is it showed, and I think the slide was 50-50, around 50-50 for in-home and virtual. But what it didn't show, unless you go into the specific campuses, even our Title I campuses, I made an assumption, which is always dangerous, never make assumptions. But what I was expecting to see are Title I numbers where parents would be choosing. Now the rate of return was not as high at some of those campuses, but there was a significant representation enough to say it was less on most of those Title I campuses than 50%. But then you go back to what many speakers said today. Speakers said how COVID-19 has hit Black and brown communities and very, very harshly. And so they're scared as well. So you combine what parents are saying throughout the district with regards to what teachers are feeling throughout the district. And I believe for me and for my staff and our principals and our area superintendents, this was the right decision. However, know that when we make this decision, there'll be those that are going to be very critical. And you know what? I'm kind of used to that as a superintendent. You have these days and those days, but what I always say, we will always put our students and staff safety and their health paramount. And that's what we're doing right now with this 3-week. So without further ado, Madam President, I turn it over to you to lead a discussion to allow board members to tell me what their thoughts are with the 100% virtual, and then we'll get to questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Flores. It's nice that I kind of feel like we're kind of at the tail end, but that we're finally getting to have some input here. So trustees, Ms. Feller. You're on mute.
Sorry. I was just wondering if we could take a quick break. We've been meeting for about 2 hours, and I have a feeling this discussion is going to last a little bit. So maybe take a break before we get into the Q&A.
I think that's, trustees, is that okay with everybody? All right, it's 7:35. Want to take 10 minutes and come back at 7:45 and do the questions? All right.
Thank you.
And we are recessed. All right, we are 7:45. Let's see if Dr. Flores is back, and we'll give him just a second. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. I will say, Dr. Flores, that I just saw on the news already that we're delaying 3 weeks. So I'm glad we're getting to get input, but it kind of sounds like reporters are already reporting it. So if anyone does.
This is a high end. I mean, this is statewide, nationwide interest, no doubt, with schools. Everybody's kind of on edge, and I really don't like that. But we also know that at any point in time, people will be looking around decisions that we make, and so it is what it is, I guess. But it's in the best interest in our thoughts.
All right. Well, so trustees, did Mr. Math, you had some questions?
Yes, thank you. So I can't remember when the survey went out. Was it about 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago to parents? Do you recall? I know I filled it out when it first went out. 10 days?
It was about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago? Okay. Yeah, I know when I filled it out 2 weeks ago, I filled it out as a parent. I've got to think of this as both a parent and a trustee. And at the time, I had a different view, and I think I indicated that I would send my daughter back to campus at Westwood. But a lot has changed in the last 2 weeks. And I don't know if you can see this, but, most of the graphs kind of look like this. Now, it's probably backwards because you're seeing the mirror image, and there's the cumulative. But basically what we've been seeing over the last 2 to 3 weeks is we look a lot like New York did back in April, and that's really impacted my view, both as a parent and as a trustee. Quite frankly, I plan to keep my daughter home now for virtual learning. And of course, we need to be very concerned about the safety of students and staff, as we heard today. But that aside, I'm now focused as a parent and a trustee on virtual learning. And what I would like for Mandy to maybe comment on is the differences in the new learning platform, the new LMS, versus what was rolled out in the spring. And I know we did the best that we could back in the spring, but now with more time to gear up, I as a parent and a trustee want to feel confident that this is a really great tool that we could put our kids in front of. So I'll turn it over to you to talk about Schoology.
Before let me just say this, that I think that's also a point in the scope and sequence, the time of the year. Mandy, when you answer that question as well, talk about the scope and sequence, because where we were on that is different than where we're going to start the year. So great question, Mr. Matt.
Yeah, thank you for that question, sir. I'm going to try to give you the high points of it. So we as a district were primarily a Google Classroom district, which is great for in-person learning, not as robust as what you might want if you're in a virtual setting. And there's several different platforms that are more designed for that. One of the, and we had teachers also using CSAL. So we kind of had a bit of a mix mash of platforms being used that weren't really designed for learning remotely. So to skip to Schoology, what you're going to see is for the teacher, it integrates textbooks, attendance taking, and grading all in one platform. And so toggling to one system to check attendance or another one to integrate. This one is an extension of eSchool or PowerSchool that we already have within our district. So from a teacher perspective, it's going to be more of a one-stop shop. Very user-friendly, a little bit Facebook-ish looking. I've heard it characterized in that way. I'm not a big Facebook user at all, but so very user-friendly for teachers in that regard. There are also some fantastic communication and collaboration features built in for teachers to collaborate with one another in the building, for administrators to collaborate with teachers within their building, and then also outside their building with other Schoology users even throughout the world. Same for students. There are some nice collaboration features built in. So our thinking as a team is that communication and collaboration will be enhanced through the use of this platform. Lastly, and probably most important from the parent perspective, is that if I'm a parent and I have multiple students in the district, this is a platform where I can log in and I can check on all of my students' work and assignments and progress in one stop. And so if you have a student, for example, at elementary and middle and high school, I can see all of them within that one portal. I can click in and take a look at how they're doing. So more transparency for our parents to be partners in the teaching and learning process than what Google Classroom afforded us in the other platform. We do have, we're working with the vendor on training modules to roll out to staff, and we also will be providing some training for parents and students, of course, to get acclimated to the new platform. But it's very intuitive and user-friendly as well. So I think most will be able to jump on pretty easily and figure it out even without that extensive support.
So will we as parents be able to see a demo, maybe at a Morning Joe, to see what the user experience is like?
You know, the Morning Joe is for staff, but I love the idea. Maybe that's something we could do in one of our town halls. So I think that's a great idea, because, you know, we know going into the spring that was a concern that we heard from many parents is I don't really know how to get in. I have to log in through my student's account. I can't really get in and see what they're seeing without logging in that way. And so I think our parents will be very, very pleased with the changes that Schoology affords us.
Thanks.
Right. Actually, I saw Mr. Moses had raised his hand first, and then Ms. Feller and Ms. Bessa.
Are we just continuing the conversation though about virtual learning? Because I feel like I have like 30 more questions about virtual learning, and I'm not sure that it's necessarily a good idea to go, okay, now we're going to talk about another thing and another thing and another thing. I mean, do we want to like just say, okay, let's talk about virtual learning and get all our questions out for that first
before we go? Yes, actually, that's probably a good idea. Mr. Moses, though, I mean, because that's where we left off on the screen. Were those your questions about the virtual learning, or were you going back farther into the?
I have questions on a lot of stuff, so I can keep it focused to the virtual learning, and we can go back to the other ones on the second lap around. Because I do want to talk about the in-person too, because I think what's interesting, what we're going to hear from different members on this board, I'm sure tonight, is there's going to be some, like Mr. Math, who making the best decision for his kids or is saying virtual is the way. You're going to have others like myself who think, you know what, for my kids, what's best for mine is if the school is open and it's open safely, we're going. You know, I think that's the challenge we're seeing in the community is these different viewpoints, and it's just about that parent making the best decision for their child. But on the virtual side, you know, that was really Mr. Matt. He touched on a lot of it there because that was my, you know, just want to make sure the parents are aware, as I'm sure most of them are. This is not the spring. You know, the spring was very much review. It was very much let's keep kids at least learning and engaged. This is now going to be more rigorous, more engaged, more expectation on the child and the parent. So I think for our parents going to stick with the virtual, I know this is going to be different probably from the topic and subject to subject and grade to grade, but how much time each day do we suspect that students will need to be online learning? I know that for parents who are both working at home, that's going to be a big part for them to help them structure their day to figure out when they may need to be available to help their child with their studies.
Yes, that's a great question too, and that's something that we're still working through given the TEA guidelines. So remember, 3rd through 5th is going to require 3 hours a day of synchronous, and good virtual instruction is going to be a mix of synchronous and asynchronous, meaning that the student goes away from the teacher for a while, completes some activities, perhaps in a learning platform, working on math and so forth, or perhaps going outside and practicing some some PE or taking note of the leaves that are on the ground, depending on the age of the student. So it's a mix of synchronous, asynchronous. We do have, like I said, the guidelines for 4 hours per day for 6 through 8, 3 hours per day for 3rd through 5th. And then we're working as well to build in what that synchronous look is for our pre-K through 2nd graders, knowing that they're little. Attention to a screen is going to be very limited. And we want to definitely get as much teacher time with them directly, but at the same time, we also want to recognize that cognitively and with their self-control to focus on a screen, that's going to be a little bit more of a challenge for the younger students still. And I remember you and I talked about when we went into the spring, we knew our youngest learners would struggle the most with the platform and going virtual, as well as our elementary teachers who are wonderful, but they're more accustomed to those small group instructions, very engaged, very back and forth, moving around the classroom a lot. And so that was also the area of our staff who were generally, not in every case, right, but generally who struggled more with that switch. Our high school teachers, that was a little easier, and high school students, it was a little bit easier there.
And then also another question for Mr. Wooster, but I know obviously in the spring we went and passed out thousands of laptops and hotspots, but it wasn't necessarily one-to-one. It was how many students you have in your household, and if it was 2 or 3, then they got 1, and then maybe they had like 5, 6, we had 2. And I know we've talked about going one-to-one and finding the resources, getting the resources we need to do that. So is there going to be another laptop and hotspot distribution time for whenever those come in to make sure that our students have the technology at home they need to do the virtual learning if that's what their parents choose?
I think our MIS, I'm not sure if Mark's on the call, so I'll just try to take that one, Trustee Moses. We're working on that process, but yes, obviously. Now, I will tell you, full transparency, if every student in our district wanted to come and pick up a Chromebook, we would not have enough to distribute to every single student in our district until about November 1st. And so we're very robustly equipped with Chromebooks. So what we will be doing is asking those parents who have the device at home that their student can use and who want their child to go virtual to please use their device. Schoology is agnostic on devices, as I said before, and so it'll even work on a cell phone. Not that that's a preferred method, obviously, but we have ordered. We've placed a large order for laptops. We did it early in the cycle. Everybody is ordering them, so that's probably no surprise to anyone on the call.
I mean, November, that blows my mind.
All right. Well, I saw Trustee Feller. Oh, sorry, Dr. Flores. Did you
Danny, come on. I didn't know if you was going to say something or not.
The principal.
I was looking at him. Sorry.
I had a couple of questions just for clarity for me, because we went through what we were tasked with tonight is presenting you where we are now and all the work we've been doing, which has been, and I'm not saying myself, but everybody's been doing a lot of work. And then at the end, it was like, well, now we're at the tail end and we're able to give input. This is the time for you to give input. So the big rocks for me that we talked about tonight that I really need to know where the board stands on. The first one is I talked about why we dismissed the hybrid model like a lot of other districts have done. If this board wants us to continue to explore that and bringing kids up 2 or 3 days a week and then some days and not other days, we need to know that. We need to know where you guys stand on that. And the second one is on the virtual start, because that was an opportunity afforded us just last week by the TEA that we didn't know was available. And so we visited with principals, area superintendents, other staff. And so we need your input. We need to all be on the same team. So I need to know from the board that we need to continue to explore a hybrid model, because we dismissed that a few weeks ago as not a good option. Because for my principals and my area superintendents, we need to know what we're working on. And I want this board to guide the big rocks. We have to get to the granular piece as a staff, right? But the big rocks, if you say that virtual start is not a good idea, we need to know that up front, because we're talking about virtual learning. And we have a lot of pieces in place for that with Mandy's team and other folks in the district. So I'd like to hear from the board about where you stand on if you're good with us dismissing the hybrid model, first of all. And then the second piece is, do you want us to continue on with the virtual start for 3 weeks? And I personally believe that'll be continued on 3 more weeks and 3 more weeks and 3 more weeks. I mean, depending on how the COVID spike goes, that's what we dealt with in March. You know, when we had spring break, it's like things are bad, we're going to shut down. Well, we had a few cases in the area. And then as we move forward, it's like, well, we'll wait till April. Well, we'll wait till May. And then finally the governor said we're shutting down everything. So that's kind of the chronology we're dealing with on a day-to-day. I could say week-to-week, but it's really a day-to-day information we're getting. So we just need to know as a team where you guys stand publicly on, is the virtual start okay with you? Are you okay doing a virtual start for the first 3 weeks? And it's not that we waited till the end to ask your opinion. That's what this conversation is about, so that we can recalibrate what we're working on based on what our elected officials are telling us to do. So those are 2 big pieces. And I hate to interrupt the conversation, but we can get granular on hand sanitizer and masks or face shields, all that stuff. And I want to do that. But I just need to know the big pieces are where you stand on those things, because we're not dismissing the board. We're including you in the conversation tonight about where you guys stand. Is the 3-week virtual delay, or not? It's not a delay, a virtual start for 3 weeks. Are you guys okay with that? That's the biggest question on the table for me tonight.
And I'll answer that real quick, just to get that conversation going. I would say Dr. Presley and Dr. Flores and Mandy and everybody on the staff, just know that I appreciate the work you've been doing, and I feel as if we have been included throughout the process at various times for input in different ways. But so just know that's how I feel. But on those 2 points, one, I think the virtual start is very prudent. I think I probably wouldn't have said that a few weeks ago, but given the numbers that Mr. Math alluded to, I think it's wise to let more time pass to allow us to get more information. And really, from many of the parents I've heard from who are looking at going virtual, some were absolutely concerned about the health and the issues there. And others were more concerned, not so much about the risk of infection, but more of the start and stop that I want to talk about. And so they felt like, well, I'll just do virtual to avoid that. And like those 3 weeks buys us time to get a whole lot more information to share those parents who are in with both those camps. And then on the hybrid model, I like the 100% one way or the other. The hybrid model, I feel as if it's kind of like once you're going to school, you've gone to school for multiple days and you're kind of there and you're riding that ship. So I feel like that's just, I don't think that's in the best interest of kids, and as well as for parents trying to work jobs and manage their work schedule. So I'm comfortable with the all virtual or the all in person, and I'll be quiet.
And
should we go in order?
Well, I know we have several other hands that were up already called on a minute ago. I did sort of want to be clear, though, Dr. Presley, because this literally is the first time in our public forum that you've asked for our opinion on any of this. And it is already on the news that we're doing the 3-week virtual start. So, I mean, I'm happy to give our opinion, but it does seem like it's just kind of happening anyway without us. And
it's absolutely not. We talked about the virtual start with our principals this morning because we just found out about it last week. But if this board says we don't need to do a virtual start, we need to go 100% in or 100% at home to start on August 20th, we're totally willing to do that. But we need to hear what you guys think about that's a good idea with what's happening right now, or it's not. So that's it's not I just don't want the board to feel dismissed at all, like you're not included, because we're working around the clock planning everything, and we just need to know what your sentiments are on some of these decisions. So I appreciate what Mr. Moses said. So, but once again, the 2 big pieces for me, because I'm guiding the work of our area soups and our principals, or is the hybrid model, and teaching and learning is included as well, obviously. Is the hybrid model something you're not interested in? Because we can continue to explore that. And then we have not officially announced we're doing a virtual 3-week start. We haven't done that. So whatever the media does, the media does. Whatever people are saying, that's what they're saying. That happens all the time. But that's the importance of this meeting tonight, is to find out what our trustees think is the best approach and to start with a virtual start. So that's kind of where I am.
Right. Actually, Mr. Math, since Mr. Moses started, we can go backwards by place if you want to go. I know, oh, Ms. Feller, I know. I was trying to look and see how we could we could switch it around and go in order because it was you and then I saw Corey. Can we go by place and then everybody just take their turn around? Thank you. So, Mr. Math, why don't you go?
Yeah, just to address the two questions that Dr. Presley raised. I'm all in favor of the virtual start. I just feel that that's the most responsible thing to do. In terms of the hybrid model, I suppose I'm open to it, but I'm more interested in the ability of students to switch into or out of virtual versus in class. There may be circumstances that change where a virtual learner wants to go back to on campus, or an on-campus learner wants to go virtual. So I'm more interested in the ability to switch due to changing family circumstances than having a true hybrid type model. So that's all the input I have on those two.
All right. So if we're going backwards, then I'm next. I agree with the virtual start, but I don't know how that on page 5, I think, of the survey, Mandy, I think you had said that if kids didn't have internet or some of that, they could come into schools. So how does the 3-week virtual start do for that? And is it only if you don't have internet? Is it if your parents are essential workers, that sort of thing? How is that happening for our students that absolutely kind of need to be in school?
Yeah, and that is the great conundrum between what was stated earlier in the meeting. We all want our kids in school. Our staff is worried about safety, and rightfully so. And so how to mirror those two together. So the TEA guidelines say for students without devices or internet access. And so there is a plan, and Dr. Malerba may be able to speak to that a little bit more, that we would ask families if they need a device or internet access as they are enrolling in one of the two options, either online or in person, when they signify their intent for what they want to do at the start of the school year. And then from there, we'll work it. We'll work it with getting devices and hotspots to those who need. Without knowing the numbers ahead of time, that's kind of a challenging piece to address until we're offering that out to our community.
Yeah, we got to get that right. That's a great point, because our expectation is that they'll all have access, because that is a guideline from the commissioner, and that's a great guideline that we can't do this. That's why, unless they have the option and the ability for us as a district to provide that for them, and that's our intent, so that we can go virtual the first 3 weeks.
And then I don't know, I was just pulling up the KXAN thing. It looks like it was a press release. So it does sound like it's kind of out there. Not to harp on that. And the hybrid model, we don't have any idea what that would even look like to have an opinion on it. So
that's right. That's right.
I'll just say really quick, there's been zero press release, nothing issued from the district. That was reporters watching the board meeting. I was in a tweet. Nothing came from us. I just want to assure you of that.
Well, in fairness, it is. They took, I guess, part of my intro into this topic. They said that we will start. That it basically says later in this presentation, I'll be starting, or our decision will be to start school virtually for the first 3 weeks. So that's a declaration. So that's the route we're going. So unless the board says to me tonight, no, don't do virtual, that's fine too, and that's perfectly okay. But I think we're at a point where we've made the decision that is best for our students, staff, and families at this point.
All right. And yeah, so I don't really have an opinion, I guess, about hybrid, because I don't know what that would actually entail at this point.
I can try to speak to that. Many districts started with looking at hybrid, Trustee Weir, and then moved away from it, and I would put us in that category as well. There are real logistical challenges to that. as well as the fact that for our families, we would be telling them, you can bring your students to school on these certain days, but not on these days. It might be within the course of a week. The students would come on Monday and Wednesday, and another group on Tuesday, Thursday, or it could be even flip-flop weeks. Hybrid was initially, I think, talked about in the educational community because there was this thinking that it would allow for more social distancing, which is true, but when you really dig into it, it does not necessarily allow for more teacher safety. When you think about who might be most vulnerable to a COVID illness, and of course, we don't want it amongst our kids either, but when we think about the concerns of our staff, if I'm a teacher and I'm teaching one group of kids on Monday and Tuesday, and then the rest of my kids or the other kids come in on Wednesday and Thursday, throughout the course of that week, I've still had the same number of touch points with students, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The other thing that hybrid does is it almost rules out parent choice. When you go hybrid, for teachers to have the adequate amount of time to both teach those kids that are in person and teach kids who opt to go virtually, that's a logistical nightmare. Busing is another logistical nightmare within a hybrid model. I could go on and on, but we heard from folks that parents would struggle with that because now you have, when you think of elementary age students or perhaps students that are the age of your boys that aren't driving yet, on certain days they're going to school, and now on certain days they're home, and who's taking care of them on the days that they're home? So for that, it was going to be a very challenging situation, I think, for our families, for consistency for our students, and then also logistically for the district. And the rewards of that were very difficult to find.
Right. Okay. So then, I mean, it seems to me that I would not be for hybrid. And I kind of had some sense of that, but I don't know if that helps having my opinion. So Corey, you are next up in our backwards place.
So, I mean, for one thing, I actually didn't even know that we were the ones that eliminated the hybrid option. I thought it wasn't allowed by the TEA regulation. So I wasn't even sure that. So then when I was seeing that certain districts around the state were doing like one group in the morning, one group in the afternoon to abide by the everyday requirement, I was like, that's even possible. But I think what's important to note about the hybrid is that the countries that it's instituted in, it was mandatory that the kids come to school. And in those countries, the outbreaks were much lower than what we're seeing right now. I mean, they're in countries where it was similar to what we're seeing, the schools weren't opened, period. They were doing 100% virtual. So that is something to take note of. When they did the hybrid model, it was because their outbreaks were very much, contained, under control. And parents didn't have I guess some countries did have some online option, because I'm thinking about France. And so anyway, nonetheless, I understand how the hybrid model logistically didn't work out. And I think mainly the concerns that I've heard is that how do we make sure that we abide by the social distancing requirements in the in-person instruction, especially if we have a high percentage of students who opt to do in-person learning? I don't know, you want to respond to that first, and then I'll talk about.
So I think that's the importance of getting numbers, right, on both the student side, the parent side. How many of you intend to come back in person for learning and virtually? And Trustee Math brought up a great point. The situation is so fluid. My kids are all young adults now, but they all went through the Round Rock system. And I think had I put an opinion in early June, and then my opinion probably would have changed by late June. So the good news, I think what we garnered from the survey that was sent to parents is that we're sitting at about 50-50, which is a pretty good place to be. Now, as we go through that data and analyze where kids are within each school, and knowing that it may change when we actually ask our families to commit, we'll make those plans for social distancing. We've talked a lot about how we must start thinking about education beyond walls, both within a school and possibly outside of a school, if we need to do so. We know our families are very connected to their neighborhood school, and we're very reticent to even think about moving groups of kids to another facility in the building. That possibility could be on the table depending on what our parents tell us and where those numbers are and what our building capacities are.
Okay, in terms of the 3 weeks, of all online, I mean, I think getting clarity in the community that this is truly everyone is going to be online, because it felt like maybe there was some possibility that some kids would be able to come to the school to do online instruction. I don't know. I felt like I had all these questions as you're going through the presentation. I'm like writing it down going, okay, but it sounds like you could actually come to the school to do online instruction and be supervised by someone at the school. So I think getting clarity on that is really important. In terms of, whether I think, I think we have to get our numbers down. I think that from what I can see, from what the governors, if we started online instruction right now, we would just end up closing, because there's no way for us to abide by his, okay, if you have a positive case, you have to be shut down for 5 days. I don't think we would have a school that wasn't, especially the high schools, but honestly, I don't even know that we could get an entire school that wouldn't just be shut down all the time, because we have such an incredible outbreak right now that it is not feasible to abide by that rule and open school. It's not possible. So I think it's mainly just, we don't really have a choice. We have such an incredible outbreak that we're going to have positive cases in our class, all the time. So we have to get the numbers down so that we could be in a situation where, we could even have any period of time before, a case is detected and we have to close down for 5 days or whatever. But that actually leads to questions beyond that, because I know there's probably more clarity on the governor and the TEA's regulations on what happens if there's a positive case. And I know that many questions were asked about that. But so that's my feedback on those two questions.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Feller, thank you so much for your patience.
Certainly. Responding to Dr. Presley's question about virtual versus hybrid, specifically starting with the virtual learning, and I will probably say this a million times, this is an impossible decision to make. It's an impossible decision because socially, yes, we need to be virtual. We need to be virtual for a long time. We got to get this thing under control. People are dying. People are getting sick. We need to be virtual. But then when we look at the kids, and TEA's requirement that we actually are required to do grading, we're grading privilege. We're grading privilege. We are grading people that have the ability of a parent to stay home and help them, or to supervise them, or have reliable internet service, or have a higher education that can help a high schooler who's taking pre-cal. We're great. What about the families I think about Trustee Moses, who has 3 kids, 10 and under. How do they manage 3 small kids in online learning and really do it effectively for 3 kids? I mean, nothing against your family, Mason. But just, I think about how this affects and who will really excel in a virtual setting. And then I think about our special needs community and how many services they require, not just somebody who's actually in special education, but we've heard so much over the last year from our dyslexia community that needs the dyslexia learning services. And what about kids who need occupational I'll speak to my experience personally. This past spring, I had to become a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, a special education teacher. I can't do it. And I'm really on top of things. So these kids have suffered and have missed so much and will continue. And, I know teachers are amazing, and they are. And that's why we have 51,000 students whose parents have said, we don't want to homeschool because they know we do it better than they can. So it's an impossible decision. Yes, we need to be virtual to keep everyone safe, but we don't need to be virtual in order to provide the education that these kids need. That being said, even after all of that, I do support a 3-week virtual start. I'm hoping that some of these specialized services that these kiddos need will be provided in a synchronous format, in smaller groups. I don't know how it works for a kiddo that needs, that can have synchronous learning with his typically developing classmates, but then also have synchronous learnings with his special education teacher and things like that. Because, and I've seen both sides, the mental health side of it, where these kids need to be back in session and things like that. And so, I don't know, it's a terrible position to be in. And I really struggle. And the one more thing I want to say about virtual learning, and we can get to this as we dive deeper into it later or whatever, but I really have big concerns on the virtual learning. Once we offer in-person learning and virtual learning, I have big concerns as it relates to grade point, especially in the high school environment. And how is that going to be equitable for a kiddo who is 100% online and another child who is 100% in person? And how are those two grade points equitable? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Chadwell, it's place 2.
Thank you. So I've got some points I'm going to bring up here. I'm not really asking for answers right now, but I do want to make it known that these were concerns that I had. So I didn't know about the virtual 3-week delay until this evening. I know there were a lot of changes, a lot of things moving quickly going through that. Amy, when you just said something about KXA and put out a press release, I just saw it, and they used the word demanded. The letter that you and Dr. Flores wrote to the TEA commissioner, they demanded a change. So I just thought that was interesting. I will say that there's a lot of uncertainty here. Think about what happens with HIPAA if somebody comes in, if you do start even a mixed or hybrid model. If a student comes in and says, do you have to get a clarification? Do you have to get a doctor's report? I think you get into HIPAA rules real quick, and it's just not feasible right now. Also, I'll say that the way the trend of the caseload has been going over the last few weeks, even since this survey was sent out, I do think if it's not declining, and as the letter that you all wrote today for the TEA commissioner does say something about a declining caseload, and only then would that be available. Personally, I think that school's going to be canceled for the whole fall as of right now, just based on what I'm seeing from the universities and colleges. And I've been seeing what's going on. I've been watching the news just like everybody else, and I want to thank everybody for their input, their emails, their postings. I think this is almost a full-time job, just trying to read and get caught up on the news and the stories about what's the latest trend, what's really happening, and certainly safety is an issue for everybody. Sports, I haven't heard anything much about sports, band, extracurricular activities that are very predominant in the fall, so I'm guessing all of that's on hold as well. The 120, 180 and the 240-minute rule, if you multiply those by 180 days or whatever the amount of time is, that's only 33,000 minutes and 45, something like that. So I don't know how the TEA is trying to still abide by the 75,600 minute rule for students to be engaged. I'm assuming that they're expecting that a lot of other students will be doing homework, and that'll count, but to try to match that. I looked through the survey, maybe I didn't see it, but maybe it was in there and I just didn't see it, but I have not seen an update lately on the missing students that we talked about probably 2 months ago now. I think that Danny, you said something about the number of students who were missing had not been accounted for in the Westwood feeder pattern, something like 2 to 3%, and the Stony Point feeder pattern was 3 to 5%. I don't know if there's an update on that, but I'd like to know that if there is. Students that have not logged in, parents responded, weren't involved in the last couple months of the school, the activities, the virtual learning. So I'd like to know what the enrollment and expectation on what the enrollment's going to be. If some of them have moved away, moved in with parents in another city or family members elsewhere. Regarding the leave of workers, I think there's a question that I understand that the custodians there were a case or two that were found, and the custodians had to take their personal leave. It was dipping in. If they had the personal leave, they could use it. If they didn't, then it was borrowed against future earnings, if I understood it right. But the maintenance team had somebody, and they were told to stay home, and they would be paid. And that was just a blip. I heard that briefly this afternoon. I don't know if there's any details, but I'd like to know, does short-term disability ever kick in on any of this from a HR and from an insurance standard? Even though the district is self-insured, what happens if enough teachers or staffers get sick? How are they covered? So again, I'm not asking for answers tonight, but maybe in the update on some of these town halls will be done that. I saw the things about the automatic doors and the windows. Those are all great ideas, but there's a lot of rooms that are buried deep inside the buildings in offices that don't have access to windows. Even if they did, a lot of the windows that are not always available. And of course, that's expensive to do that, retrofitting that. And then finally, I'll wrap up with the staff survey that went out Thursday evening. The board I wasn't aware of that. I knew about it the first thing in the morning, Friday morning. Then I got sent a link saying, look at this Reddit, and already it had been out for 12 hours and had several hundred comments. It didn't go over well. I understand that it came across as an ultimatum. And I know that there's been an attempt to clarify that, but it still looks like there's and I know you mentioned this earlier, you want a clarification on how many people are going to be coming back and to work. Are they willing to? But just the way it came across was very off-putting, and I've heard a lot of feedback on that. So again, these are my comments. I'm not asking for answers and responses right now, but those are some of the things that I did want to bring up that we've been reviewing over the last couple of weeks. And as I said, I think that my view is, I think things are going to change. They're still going to make drastic changes. The governor and the commissioner are going to make some big changes here within the next 2 or 3 weeks. And we'll be right back where we are. And thank you all for your input and your comments.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that with the numbers like they are for both Travis and Williamson County, I was very relieved when I saw the letter to TEA that both President Weir and Dr. Flores signed. It clearly states that Round Rock ISD will be going virtual for the first 3 weeks. And I just want to remind this board that is a management type of situation where that's not the board's decision. That is not in the line of governance. And talking about the hybrid model, I don't want us to completely abandon that idea, and I'll tell you why. I look through the lens of CTE because that's what I do for a profession, is work for a technical college. What concerns me is this could go past 3 weeks. And there are certain CTE programs like Auto Tech that have to be hands-on. You can only do so much before you have to have hands-on instruction. And we actually opened all 10 of our campuses for TSTC in May for that very reason. We were able to use social distancing and masks, but our students, before they get that certification, they had to have that hands-on experience in the lab. So it is possible. So, maybe not hybrid for everyone, but for certain type of certificate programs, it's going to be necessary, especially if we stay virtual long term. And I just wanted to thank everybody for all their hard work that they put into this. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, President Weir, if I could say quickly, I mentioned during the presentation, we are looking at that. We have a list of courses through our CTE department that we know have to have hands-on experience. And so I think the exception to how we go through this, to 100%, I'm staying at home, but I can come to high school. We're looking at high school specifically to take certain courses that have to be taken to continue their certification leads, their career pathways, and things like that. So I appreciate you saying that, Ms. Gonzalez.
Ms. Feller?
We look at adding special education services or things like that to some of the exempted online, like if somebody did 100% virtual, but could
absolutely. We know we have some special
occupational
needs
therapist.
Yeah, we know we have some special needs kids that are going to have to be at school. We know that. And so that's the other avenue. I failed to mention that because I was talking about the CTE part, but that's the other part that we know we have to bring some kids into the building who have special needs that have to learn face to face or with teachers in person. So absolutely.
Ms. Fessler?
I have a clarification question on the 3 weeks. So if we're saying that we're going to start off virtual for the first 3 weeks, does that mean because I know my son is going to start band camp in August. So what about those programs? Are they just not, because you can't, they're going to be at band camp and then we go virtual, but are they going to be going to school during their class period and for their practices, and sports the same way? How does that work? And that can carry on. I'm talking about the virtual, but I know that TEA and UIL have already said that even if you're doing virtual, you can still participate in extracurricular activities.
Yeah, those are the conversations we're having every day. Right now, the direction from UIL, which is pretty much in alignment with TEA, is that just move forward as if everything's going to happen. Marching season, volleyball season, football season, everything else. So that's how we're approaching it right now. But once again, everybody needs to understand this changes daily. Literally, it changes daily. And so we're working on the details of what that looks like with our fine arts department and our athletic department. We resumed speed and strength camp and band activities yesterday. But that doesn't mean that, today, the 13th. But that doesn't mean that's all going to happen. And we have all the precautions put in place. We have excellent people in both our athletic department, our fine arts department planning for those things. But it extends, well beyond band. You're talking about one act play and all the other things that may or may not happen this year. And that's the thing that breaks my heart about our kids, because you have kids that have been rising, students in those programs who want to compete. They want to do this and that. This is a state year for you all marching, for example. And if marching contests don't happen, I've heard from other superintendents. I chair the regional music committee for UIL for our region, which is a pretty vast region. And I've done that for about, 8 years. And so I've heard from superintendents that are saying, I don't think we're going to march this year. What impact does that have on our program if we decide not to compete this year because we're just not comfortable with it? So all these questions that you guys are wrestling with tonight are what we do for hours on end every day, trying to figure this out. And as the landscape changes, as the health conditions change, the protocols change, I can just tell you I'm surrounded by a lot of really smart people that are figuring this out. And so once again, that gets into the management, as Ms. Gonzalez said, of what we're doing and how we're approaching it. But you guys need to be aware of it and to know, to give us any guidance you have about what we can or can't do. I heard from all the trustees, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chadwell, I didn't know if you said you were good with the virtual start. I think from everybody else, I heard a virtual start was good. And that's a huge rock for us right now, because we're meeting with our principals again tomorrow and the next day to talk about how we plan for that. So is everybody okay? I just want to have support. Is everybody okay with the virtual 3-week start, regardless of what else changes, whether it gets better or worse, and hope to God it gets better. But so everybody's okay with the virtual start. Am I clear on that? Because
I think so. I think everybody said virtual. I think Nikki and Amber and even Corey and I kind of were asking about those students that maybe would need to get in at least part-time, right. How we're going to address those kids. And I guess then to go back, you just said athletics, and Mason, I saw that you had your hand up. So I just kind of wanted to follow up real quick. If we haven't answered a lot of the questions that some of the teachers had earlier and that we've gotten so many emails about, if we have band directors and we have speed camp and we have everything that's going right now, how are we handling quarantine? How are we handling paid sick time for those employees? If somebody at camp shows up sick one day, is everything shut down? Are those teachers?
Yes, absolutely. We've actually had that happen back before the break. We had a coach at one high school who was diagnosed positive. And so the camp was shut down for speed and strength. And so we're relying on our parents. Kids have to fill out a form. The parents have to give permission. And let me be clear, all the band activities and athletic activities that are going on are totally voluntary and up to the parents. If a parent's not comfortable with their kid coming up, they're not coming up. But we're following the guidance of the UIL on how to approach that. And there have been multiple speed and strength camps around the state that have shut down completely. Some said we're not doing it anymore this summer. Some have shut down for a week, for 14 days, for whatever the limits are, and notifying the folks that are involved in that. And that's what we've done as well. So luckily, we haven't had very much of that, but we do have protocols in place. If someone is tested positive, that we notify everybody and we shut that down. So that's the I don't know if that answers your question directly.
Not exactly, because some of what the teachers were asking is how, if we force them to quarantine, say one student comes in and we say, okay, you're quarantined for 14 days. I mean, are they using their sick time? Are they using their leave time? Or I know that there are some COVID leave dates, but can you do that more than once? How is that going to work?
Well, I know Annette and Tanya Davis are also on the call, so I'll pass that to them to answer how that affects staff. So.
Sure. So, absolutely. We have had this happen, and we have been following the exact same protocols. Right now, for the month of July, what we're doing is that if you can work from home, you are doing so. So if your job can be done from home, that's what you're doing. If it cannot be done from home, then you are expected to report to work. So it depends on the person who is diagnosed. Anybody that does get a positive diagnosis, we do report that to benefits. So Tanya, I'm going to let you speak to what happens at that point.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you, board members, Dr. Flores. There is 2 acts under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. There's 2 types of leave. There's emergency paid sick leave, and there's emergency family and medical leave. Right now, we're operating under the emergency paid sick leave. And Mr. Chadwell, I think you asked a specific question regarding one group of employees being treated separately. All employees in both departments that have either been exposed to COVID or been sent home for COVID testing have been treated all the same. We are subjecting them to the 80 hours of paid leave time that the district offers. We've asked them to code sick leave in our timekeeping system just in order for us to help track that. And then once we've downloaded that time out of our timekeeping system, we have paid employees under the rules for the 80 hours. And from what I understand from the Department of Labor at this time, it's a one-time. You're allowed the 80-hour payment. It is capped. There are some details about the cap and how much you can pay that employee. And then we will be providing this information, some more detail to the employees. Ned and I plan to do that later this week so that employees have some more detail regarding that.
Okay, thank you for that. Like I said, I just got a quick note on that, and I wasn't quite sure. So, but as long as all the employees are treated fairly and
they are
in the emergency, your family, and then, I do have a question, and again, I'd like an answer for it later. Is the short-term disability, does this qualify after, what is it, a couple of weeks, several weeks, and then even long-term disability, because the district is it's self-insured?
So, we're not self-insured under the disability policy. It is an individual employee purchase policy. It's an after-tax deduction. So the benefits, if they were receiving those, there's no income tax implications to the employee. The employee has a right to enroll once a year. And those employees who elected the 14-day disability policy, once they've missed work for 14 days, can file a disability claim. Employees who elected the 90-day plan, they'd have to be off work for 90 days before the policy would kick in. And it does reimburse 60% once they've missed 14 days. But on average, we've seen employees just out for the 10-day period unless doctor's notes indicated they needed to be out for 14 days.
Okay, thank you.
And I just had one more question. How are parents notified if somebody tests positive, if a student or a faculty member tests positive?
Well, right now I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to say in the speed and strength camp, we've sent out communication to the kids at the school where a case has occurred. that's what we've done thus far. So, and I assume we would follow that protocol into the school year. If we have school, we have kids coming into schools and staff coming into schools, and there's a positive case, everybody in that learning community is notified, on that campus is notified.
So were there FERPA restrictions on that? Because this kind of goes back to the whole thing of contact tracing. And if you get a note that says your child's been exposed to a classmate, then you say, well, how close? Was it in the same building, the same room, the same workout? And again, it kind of goes back to the HIPAA question I had earlier, was how much detail can you provide so as a family member?
Not very much. We just tell them there was a case that occurred on that campus or in that classroom. I'm saying classroom right now. We haven't had any cases that I'm aware of occurring in summer school. It's been our maintenance department and then once in our speed and strength camps that are going on. So they're notified, but they're not told who it was or anything like that.
Dr. Presley, if I can jump in really quick, per the TEA guidance that came out last week, it says, consistent with school notification requirements for other communicable diseases and consistent with legal confidentiality requirements, schools must notify all teachers, staff, and families of all students in a school if a lab-confirmed COVID-19 case is identified among students, teachers, or staff who participate in any activity on campus. So once we start having kids in schools, I mean, if we would be seeing this note a lot, because it would go out to the whole school community, not just the people that were exposed. We would be having someone on our campuses, and we will have a COVID coordinator on each campus that will help try to identify more closely who was actually exposed and let those families know on a different level. But everyone in the school, per the TEA guidance, teachers, staff, and kids will all get the letter.
And I would like to, after the fact, introduce Brandy Hafner, who's our new Director of Health Services, who joins us tonight. She's an amazing parent in our district and also has been in the district. How many years, Brandy?
I've been in this district 13 years, but a school nurse since 1995.
Yeah. So we're going to welcome her to the team, and she's here tonight. So
and are you on the committee? I'm just curious. Are you on the committee? I don't know. It was on page 10 where it was like Terry and Ms. Nichols.
Yes, I've just been on the job for a few days, but I've been on the committee for since it started in May. And there's a lot of good work and discussion that's been going on. But yes, I'm on that committee.
Awesome. Thank you. And Mr. Moses, I apologize. Go. It is your turn. Wait, you're muted.
Sorry, I had to dial in because I heard, because Patty told me I was choppy, so I was just kind of didn't know what button to push now. So again, just a few questions. And going back to the disability comment real quick. I don't know when our open enrollment starts, but I do hope we share that information very broadly this year, because I do think that's a benefit that our staff should really consider, just given the circumstances. I know it's a few bucks a month, but it could be very handy this year. So y'all need an answer for that. Just I hope that whenever that occurs, to get that information out there so they can possibly participate.
I can provide an answer if you'd like one, just so you'll know. We do open enrollment in October of each year. We switched this last year to a January 1 effective date, and we do publish the disability very vocally. All new hires coming in, we are making sure they understand that, especially during this time frame, because it's crucial. And employees in the past had the opportunity, but we will make sure we educate the employees again in October about the enrollment process, and hopefully they can get enrolled quickly. I don't have the ability to have them enroll right now because they wouldn't be covered. It would be a pre-existing condition. I've had lots of questions about trying to do enrollment for disability at this moment in time, and we don't have that ability.
Yeah, that was going to be this is your area. One of my questions was, what our TPA allow us to do an enrollment for people now? But I get probably not, but I would hope they would, under the circumstances, realize, hey, this is something that's needed. And then going back to the people, let's just say the world ends up, and after we've we've gone virtual for the first 3 weeks of school, that when that time period ends, cases have dropped, and now we are in a position where some kids can return to school. When a student do return to school, what's that going to be like? I know the governor's issued some guidelines regarding face coverings, but are we looking to require temperature checks when students walk in the door, sanitize. I know, and this may be things that if you say we'll cover those in the town halls, I understand. But I know these are questions that parents are going to have. Is, again, are we sanitizing at the door? Are we going to make sure that we are not, and we're doing social distancing? Now, I think because this will directly impact our staff as well. Is surely we're not going to, try the 22-to-1 model. I can't imagine that being realistic. So let's just say you go 10-to-1. You think that maybe, I'm just picking that number. So no one thinks that's the number. I'm just picking the number. Let's say 10-to-1 is the realistic in a classroom. Well, now you just went from needing one teacher to teach 22, and now you need 3, because no way that carries over. So I mean, that's the challenge that we're all facing, is that you need more staff to cover fewer kids to do that social distancing. But are we looking at what that number is? Are we looking at what kind of the number of staff we're going to need to meet the needs of, let's just say 50% of our students do come back if the survey holds true?
Mr. Matha,
the answer to that is yes. Then I'll turn it over to Terry Wooster. Yes, we will. And that's why the survey for employees, I know that some didn't want to fill that back out or don't want to. It's important that we know that information so we can answer just that, because we do have the parent survey, even though that parent survey will come back and they have till August the 6th for the final determination. But we can talk about that with Terry and some of the safeguards. But yes, that's a great question.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Flores. Is that within the TEA public health planning guidance, there's a lot of detail that is delineated in that publication. And we had already started to, within the committee, move towards solutions that eventually have come out. And so yes, there's, for example, the TEA requests that sanitation is at the exits and or the entries of the facility. And so we have endeavored to have hand-free, as many as possible, hand-free dispensers at entries and exits and things of that nature, as well as currently we have many quart-size pumps that we are going to be able to distribute to classrooms and things of that nature. So we have the I guess the products to be able to manage the sanitation, as well as we have the products that we're working on to acquire different things, such as thermometers. As far as mentioned before, is that we are not required to screen the student before they come in the building. That, by way of TEA's planning guidance, is it's a home responsibility. Staff screens themselves, parents screen the students. However, we understand that screening and temperature checks need to go on throughout the course of the day should a student report to say, hey, I don't feel so well. And we need to be able to have the products, or let's say the devices, to be able to check temperatures. And so before there's only one device in the school, and that was in the nurse's office. Now we need to be able to equip more people, such as the coordinators and different people in the school, to have those devices. So there's ongoing procurements of all of those products and devices. So we are following the guidelines. We're ahead of the guidelines in many respects, but the guidelines just reinforce some of the work that's going on.
Thank you very much. And then that addresses some that I just know there's much details we can provide parents through those virtual town halls, and the closer we get to school, the better, just so they can prepare their students and know what's going to be going on when they walk in those doors. That would be great as soon as we get closer to that time period. And then I know I kind of touched on this in my earlier comment, is that, again, so many people I've talked to who are thinking about going virtual. Yes, you have those that are concerned with the health, but it is the start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. I know we're looking at contingencies, but I know some parents would love to see what that looks like, because if I understood the governor correctly, if on one of some of his comments I heard the other day was, if someone tests positive on the campus, that campus has to shut down for 5 days. So I think it's important to, and I know that's we're all going to be flexible and go with the flow in some ways when we get back on campus. But I know parents are looking for structure, and that's one reason some folks want to send their kids back to school is to get that structure that they need. So any information that can be shared with what that's going to look like, and what I know they'll be stopping on a dime and going to virtual the next day potentially, but what that's going to look like. And probably that's actually, I think, another good reason why we're looking at that 3-week virtual start. So even the parents who want to send their kids to school get to test drive at those first 3 weeks. So when there is a chance or time that we have to shut down a campus, they're already used to it and they can at least have some familiarity with it.
Thank you. I wanted to just follow up a little bit on Mason's comment about, because we did have a lot of speakers talk about clarity for staff, for students. And I know Jenny mentioned the town halls, but, I saw in that email, it's only 500 people. And so how are we taping those? How are we accommodating getting that information out to not just to our Spanish speakers, but to our deaf community and even maybe some of our other languages that are spoken, but how are we going to make sure that everyone is informed, and some of the people that may not have internet right now, right? Some of our low income folks, I know in my job right now, working with some of the legal aid organizations across the state, some of the poorest people who in the past always had a cell phone at least, if they've lost their jobs, if they've, if they're really in dire straits, that is one of the things they're giving up. And so they may not have any contact with us if everything that we're doing is just technology. I think I even put that, Dr. Flores, in my comments to you maybe over the weekend about having social workers or somebody that could maybe go out and really try to one-on-one get some of these people connected.
So I can answer the first part, but then I'll switch it over to Dr. Presley for the second part. But in terms of the virtual town halls, yes, there's only so many people. And even if you could do it with, say, 1,000 people, then you're really going to be limited on the back and forth, because the whole point of the virtual town hall is to be able to use the Q&A function and be able to have that dialogue in real time. So that's why we've scheduled 4 to begin with. But as we get familiar with this platform and how to manage it with such a large group, then we can have more. It's not like a situation where we have to find a campus that's available. It's relatively easy once we get used to managing the platform. So we'll see how these go. When I've looked at what other school districts have done these, even districts that are larger than us, Austin ISD, for example, they generally run around 300 people per. So it'd be great if I don't want people to get kicked out, but at the same time, if we push our limit, that's good. That means people are interested and it's meeting a need. And to answer your question, yes, we will be recording them and then we'll post them. So if you missed it, you could go and we'll push them out on social as well. And then we are looking into being able to translate but they will also would be closed captioned. So for hearing impaired, they would be able to do that as well. And then I'll let Dr. Presley talk about how I think there's some campus outreach efforts for those that may not have technology. I will say, though, that we're also doing texting, which a lot of times folks that might not have easy access to a computer, and maybe they're not checking email all the time, but they are able to get text and phone calls. So we're doing that as well.
Yeah, and President Weir, I'm sorry, you asked about social workers and also technology.
I was just saying, and I had sent Dr. Flores some questions over the weekend. And one of the things just in my job right now with some of the legal aid organizations trying to get out and do their job virtually, the attorneys kind of anecdotally have been talking about how people are giving up their cell phones. So in the past, you might have been able to text, but our poorest community members are making choices right now. And if that's the case, there's other organizations, not just schools, that are really struggling trying to connect with some of these families, and they count on us. So I'm just wondering how we're doing it, how we're getting in touch with those people.
I think we're going to have to get really granular with our principals, because they know their students best on our campuses on what the families need and what they need for access. We mentioned earlier, that we're we have devices on order, but everybody in the world's ordering devices, and we've had them. It's been that process since April, trying to get those, but there's a little bit of a backlog. So in my conversation with the area superintendents and the principals, we're going to lean on our principals to make sure that every family has what they need. Mr. Chadwell asked earlier about, the communication that we've had with our families, which was really high. And I think the last report we gave you guys was in June. And then, of course, once school ended, unless you're in summer school, we don't have contact with you right now. So we're hoping those numbers come about again, with as far as who we're connecting with the beginning of August on who's able to contact us, or who we're able to contact us would be a better way of saying that, and who needs devices and who doesn't. So we're going to manage every resource we have in the district to make sure kids and families have what they need. And I know that sounds a little, everything, like I said before, is day to day, week to week. But we have plans in place to make sure we'll probably have to have another device distribution. And I appreciate all of you who participated in that. I know, Ms. Weir, you were sweating at Round Rock High School. I saw you passing out Chromebooks. So even if we have to manage more of those, depending on what the trajectory looks like, right? So, but we know from our community that our parents listen to our principals more than anybody else. And that doesn't mean we don't need to show love and really reach out to new students enrolling, because we're still growing. But we'll have to lean on our principals to get us kind of a granular perspective of who needs devices, who doesn't, which families we're missing when we get close to school starting, and which ones we don't. But we gave you a report, I think it was in the June board meeting, regarding the numbers we had that were really high compared to other districts, especially districts our size, that most of our kids we were able to track, we were able to communicate with, and we were able to have contact with, and for various reasons. So we'll continue that process, but and I don't want to burden our principals too much tonight, because they're working around the clock too. But we'll lean on our principals from campus to campus to find out which families do you have that need something, need a resource that we can provide them, or connect them with somebody who can provide that to them. So I don't know if that answers your question directly. Also, we have an August presentation coming up with Dr. Grosso and Mr. Yarborough, working on expanding our social emotional platform with social workers and things like that. So those are resources that we'll be adding in that can go home to home. I say that like that's just starting, right? But our principals have been going to homes already ever since April, and connecting with our kids. So, but that's a presentation coming up in August on the expanding the social emotional platform, which includes more social workers to institute whatever. And it's not all. It may not always be a school district resource, right? Because some of those folks will be able to connect families with other resources in the community that they need for their kids to be successful.
Absolutely. That's the great thing about social workers. I'm curious if there's any plan, a lot of the emails we got, and I will just apologize to all the people who I couldn't even quite keep up, especially today. But, having more teachers and having parents be on some of these planning committees so that there's more input, even students. I know I did the summer leadership, even though it was virtual, for TASB, and several districts were talking about having student voices as part of their planning, since they had sat through the classes in the spring and had ideas. Do we have any plans to maybe expand that a little bit and get more input?
I don't know if I'm the one to address that. I can tell you, in talking to Mandy, we've and our area soups as well, we've had a lot of good input this summer from our summer school teachers and our summer school platform of what's working and what's not. And so we've had input from them. So I think we need to hear every voice. It's difficult in a district with, over 100,000 parents and 51,000 kids and 7,000 employees, but we want to definitely listen to every input we have, and the feedback we get is always valuable. So,
yes. Well, I can just say that we can always include more, and that's obvious that as we get back, the previous question about social workers and others, today when talking to area superintendents to begin my morning, then principals throughout in the district, the second meeting,
as soon as we've said, look, here's the option. Are you okay? What do you think about an option, a virtual option for the first 3 weeks? TEA does allow it. They were all for that. And immediately they were already going for the solutions, what the questions that you were asking about. We're going to get to this accessibility, and we're going to get, so that we said right now, that's not the discussion. That parlays into, again, to what we're talking about right now. I want to make sure everybody understands we had 5 committees that worked each of the venues that we were allowed to get to tonight. And you saw the presentation, the compilation of that tonight. But what I want to say too is that, was it adequate or not? We can always talk about more numbers, this, that, the other, but we did have teachers. We did not have student voice. So it was obviously the summer. But here's where the great thing about it goes. We're at a point now, as of tonight, beginning tomorrow in the morning, Joe, how are you going to access your teachers on campus? What is return to work going to look like? We've got some time now to engage teachers on site with principals on site to have the discussions that they have with their area superintendents. In fact, there was already so much, what I'm really excited about is the meetings with the area superintendents who, it was a 30-minute meeting, but they had 25 suggestions to move forward. The same with principals. So the excitement to include others and more teachers, that's coming at this point. And so we feel good where we can give and provide the opportunity to have teachers be that voice, and now with students as well. So I think we can definitely expand that platform. Mandy was going to say something and then she came off, but you want to talk about the 5 committees and also the equity task force members that are on each of those committees.
Sure. So we do have well over 100 participants on those committees. I don't have an exact number, certainly could get that. Teachers are involved in that. There are multiple lengthy meetings that are happening. And I did want to remind the board that we sent an extensive thought exchange and survey in late May, and I don't have those exact dates. Kathy might know. And that input was very critical for all of those teams. That's what we started with. And then, of course, along the way throughout June and into early July, there's been TEA guidance coming out as well. So, yes, I appreciate the sentiment on students. I think their voice is super important. There's also a bit of understanding the logistics and how the pieces of the system work together. So I like the feedback that we got in May and early June, and I think it definitely has guided the work of those committees. So I didn't want to lose that part.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know we had lots of parents write in addition to lots of teachers, and a lot of people clearly had a lot of input that they wanted to give. I think Mr. Moses alluded to that also with how many emails that we got. And I know, and I don't think there were any parents on those committees, were there?
On the planning committees, no. Mm-hmm. Now I would say that a lot of the staff members that are on them are parents, and they've brought that parent perspective in that way. So they have kind of the 2 hats of seeing it from a parent and understanding the system we're working into.
Okay.
I'll just add that we did survey all of the pertinent groups back in May, parents, students, and staff, and immediately shared that information back with principals and the planning groups, so they've had it since then to refer to. And then I think the thought exchanges have been really, really powerful, because then every participant can see what's on other folks' minds, and anyone that needs access to those results can have them immediately. So I've been very, very pleased with how that's worked, both in the spring and over the summer.
We also, in every communication we pushed, we included our school closures email address, and we kept up with that. We answered every single email. And those that were just providing input or had concerns, we forwarded all of that to the subcommittee that was dealing with that particular issue. So that was another avenue for input. And we got a lot of student feedback to that email address.
Ms. Vessa, I saw your hand. You're still muted.
So what Mason had asked a really great question, and I didn't hear a response to it. And the question he asked was, if half of our students are doing a virtual classroom and half of our students are in person, how do we keep the class sizes low? Because if we say, okay, we're only going to have 10 kids in this class, then we need all the teachers to be in person, and we don't have a staff for virtual. So I think that's an incredibly important question to have answered, because I think that gives parents a sense of, okay, how, if I choose the in-person option, how many students are going to be in my kid's class? And if I choose the virtual option, how many students are going to be in that class? Because are we going to have to abide by the 22 number for virtual instruction, or can we go above that? Can we have, 40 kids assigned to a teacher? I don't know.
No, I think I can answer that.
So thanks, Corey. And that's why getting that responses back from the teachers is so critical, because you're exactly right. That's the information we need to probably. Dr. Presley didn't cut you off, but that's the information that staff needs to be able to even answer that question.
But it actually goes beyond that, because even if we say we have, okay, half our staff said they're willing to come in. If half our staff is willing to come in and half our students are willing to come in, then we have 22 kids in a classroom. We don't have 10 kids in a classroom. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's my question.
I think that's the management part we're working on, Trustee Vessa, and that's why it was so critical that we sent the survey out. And I know that the survey got some criticism. We worked on that, but we basically know who's comfortable coming back to work and who's not, because then we can calibrate that per campus. And we may have campuses that have 30% of their kids that want to come back and campuses that have 80% of their kids. So we may have to switch people around. But that was one of my concerns, is if we have more kids wanting to come back than teachers wanting to come back, we need to know that. And the biggest part is we need to help our teachers who do have concerning issues, personal issues, on how to navigate the leave system, what they can do. So that prompted a lot of criticism, but that was a needed question that we need to ask, because parents basically have till August the 6th to say what they're going to do. That's kind of the final date on August, 2 weeks before school starts. So if you tell a principal 2 weeks before school starts, you have X number of people who are not coming back or who are taking leave or whatever the situation is, it's a really precarious situation. But the conversation we're having tonight is very familiar to me, because we've been having it for a few months now with staff. So those are things we've got to figure out on how to manage that. And we can't give parents answers before they decide, well, there'll be this many kids in a room or that many kids in a room. But the fact of the matter is, we know that we'll have some kids, even if we have a 3-week virtual start, some campuses will have kids in the building that we will need to supervise. Even if they're coming to school, and it sounds conflicted, but even if they're coming to their campus to be virtual learners, okay, we still have to have adults with them. And so that's why it's so critical to ask people, are you comfortable coming back or are you not? And then that question also is conflicted, because the landscape changes every day. There'll be on the news tonight, there'll be another update on how many cases in Williamson and Travis County and what we're dealing with. So that's the day-to-day situation that we live in. And we don't have those answers tonight, but we have a lot of folks, including our area soups and principals, that are working on how to navigate that as we move forward.
I don't think you understand my question, though.
Probably don't.
I get it. I get that, we have to know, do we even if we're keeping it 22-1, do we even have enough teachers to do 22-1? But the question then becomes, we have teachers staffing at certain ratios. Okay, that's what we hired for.
Right.
All right. We didn't hire for a 10-1 ratio, and that's where you get into the hybrid model. Then that becomes the way to make the class sizes lower, so that we could divide them up. So you could have, even if you have 50% of your students wanting to go and 50% of the teachers, well, you're still going to have 22-1 in the classroom, because that's what we have staff.
I think you don't understand my answer, because that's what we're figuring out right now. And that's why we're asking our parents, but it's a short turnaround, because parents have until August the 6th to tell us, my kid's returning to school or they're not, even with the virtual start. is we'll continue to plan for the safety protocols, but we have to know which staff are comfortable and able to come back to work so that we can accommodate the kids that show up. We have principals, Ms. Vessa, that are measuring rooms right now. We're looking at, 50% capacity in a room. So a room that from a TA standard would hold 20 kids, we're saying, what does it look like to put 10 kids in there? So we're looking at square footage. We're doing all that work right now. And I'm not saying it started today. It's been going on for weeks, if not months, on principals trying to figure out how to utilize their building with not as many kids as they've had before. So there's not an answer tonight is what I'm telling you. So I do understand your question. And my answer is we're working on that. And we're looking at how we may have to move teachers from one campus to another in particular situations. We may have to have kids attend camps on a different campus and where they're zoned to attend. It's all uncharted territory. So I wish we could say tonight there'll be no more than 10 kids in any room in Round Rock. I can't say that. But I know we'll follow the health protocols and everything put forth to us to make sure that our kids are safe. So I don't know if that's probably not a good answer for you, but that's the answer tonight.
It doesn't answer the question because, okay, so say we have 10 kids in a classroom, all right? We have half the number of kids in the classroom. Then we need every single teacher to come to back that they're just going to have 10 kids in their class. Do you see what I'm saying? Then we don't have any teachers for virtual because we have actually every single teacher we need to be in the classroom because we have to make it 10 kids because that's how
what I'm telling you is that some teachers teaching virtually may teach more than the traditional amount that they have if that's what we do. And what I'm also telling you is that if we have a campus,
there's got to be flexibility. Bottom line, there's got to be flexibility. I mean, and
that's what I'm trying to explain, Dr. Flores. So if we have a campus that has 80% of their kids that want to return, and we have a neighboring campus with 40%, we may have to shift some teachers from one campus to another to accommodate our kids on the campus with more kids. So flexibility is a huge priority right now for us. But we don't have our head in the sand like we're not paying attention to this. We're working on it every hour of every day to figure it out. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. I mean, I don't know what.
I have no doubt that you are I know you guys are working super hard, but I don't know that we're just going to get any. I'm getting fractions of answers. The snippet I heard there was that your virtual classroom, your teacher, if you're a teacher who's choosing to teach virtually, you could have more than your typical number of students just because in order for us to have smaller class sizes in school, you're going to have more. So that's helpful. That's a good message. At least for our teachers and our parents to know what to expect, how many kids they're going to have. So that's a helpful message. So thank you for that. That gives me some more clarity too, that virtual teachers may have to teach more than their traditional load.
Well, and I want to also add to that, Trustee Vessa, so that you know some of the complexities of the conversation too. Our teachers, for the most part, will need to be able to do both. And we talked about we use the term rolling closures, the fact that we may have some campuses closed for days or perhaps the district. And so if you envision situations in which you could have a teacher working with kids both physically on the building and virtually through a virtual platform. We have classes for which we have large numbers of students enrolled, Algebra 1, for example, across the district. Those types of classes are more easily planned for in designating this teacher is going to teach section 1 virtually, this one's going to teach section 1 in person. We also have some singleton courses at different campuses that make that more complex. But I think part of the answer to your question goes to also the fact that even those classes within our schools will look differently. So the idea of a classroom wall and 22 kids within that might not be quite what we come back to. We may have kids spread in other areas of the building and a teacher working with them virtually, but still within the building. All that, as Dr. Presley said, still to be determined, and we definitely need the numbers, but we're trying to think beyond classroom walls and even beyond building walls in this situation. It is very fluid and very complex that no one has ever done this stuff before.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is a typical day inside schools could look like a student, a part of a classroom, is in a different area, part of the school, being supervised as they work, online, doing some online curriculum. And then, while another part, a smaller group of the classroom is in the classroom with the teacher doing work. I mean, this kind of stuff, the things that you're saying right now, critical information for parents to make decisions about what model they want to go with, because now you're talking about what does the day actually look like. And I'd love to hear that virtually too. Like, what does it look like? When does the day start? How does the day progress? And I know that we probably don't have all of that worked out, but I think it's really, really hard for parents to make these decisions and teachers to make these decisions until they actually know what they're signing up for.
Agreed. And we have staff right now that are working on what does a day in the life of a virtual learner look like. And so that's work that's definitely underway and nearing completion. So totally agree. We need to paint the picture of what it's going to look like. Also want to be very clear and honest with you. What we think it's going to look like today could look different in 2 weeks or even 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks. I mean, that is the reality. That's what we, and you get it. You voiced that early on in the meeting. The rising numbers when Trustee Math held up the rising numbers, well, that could continue to rise and we might not go back in person at all, depending on what some happens in Austin. Or those numbers might suddenly plummet. I don't think any of us are going in with that mindset, but it's still a very fluid situation. And I think the more that we think in terms of school is going to look like it did last year or in previous years, in that traditional sense of within the rooms, within the building, I think whether our families are on campus or virtual, we have to all acknowledge this is going to be different this coming school year.
Ms. Feller?
Sorry, I lost my internet there for a little while, so I'm sorry I dropped off. But I do have a question for Dr. Flores. I know you had said August 6th is the deadline for parents making that commitment to whether they're going to go in person or virtual. Given that we just, sounds like decided we're going to go with the 3-week 100% virtual start, does that change that commitment date? I'm certainly not trying to put you guys under a lesser time frame to be able to work with, but that's now over a month before we'll actually have an opportunity to be in the classrooms on September 11th. So I didn't know if that date was going to be changed or flexible, or if it's not, that's fine. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
No, that's a great question. I think, again, our guiding principle 3, and I've stated it over, and it's been serving us well, that we're going to be as flexible as possible. August 6th is what we have so that we can plan accordingly, so that the sooner we can come back to design. And right now it's firm, but if staff says, it doesn't have to be, but back to Trustee Vesta's questions, when we have some absolutes, we're able to plan better. And even though there are no absolutes right now, one thing we're finding is every day there are no absolutes. But if we can hold firm, that's fine. But we also want to be flexible, understanding that the need for that flexibility will be well taken by our parents as well that are making some tough choices right now. So, Kathy, you want to respond to that? Because I know that's coming from you.
Well, I'll just say that, like so many other things from TEA, what we know now is that we have 2 weeks lead time before the first day of school, which is August 20th. So they may be flexible on that. And our plans for selecting choice we're also building out the how parents can change that choice throughout the year at each marking period. So, until we get further guidance, that's what we'll have to go with.
And I can't imagine the logistical nightmare of, say you have a big shift of 20% that want to go from
on-campus learning to virtual learning, or vice versa, because the numbers are going really down because, the virus is, it's getting colder, it's not surviving, whatever. And then you have a 20% shift of parents at the end of the second 6 weeks that now say, hey, we want to come back and be in school. And logistically, how do you manage that and reinvent everything and convert teachers over from, virtual teachers to in-person teachers? And, I can't imagine the logistical nightmare of managing something like that can flex every 6 weeks from your planning period. And is going to require an incredible amount of work from you guys, an incredible amount of flexibility from our teachers. So I can't imagine the mountain that y'all are as a team are climbing right now. So thank you.
And I'm kind of curious if there's any thought, and maybe I would like to suggest that a different survey be sent out to teachers. We obviously got quite a bit of feedback, and there were a lot of people very upset, and it seemed a little, it did seem harsh to me also reading it, the choices that were given. If you didn't qualify for the medical leave, but you didn't want to resign your job, of course you might say, yes, I'm returning. Is there any way to being comfortable to return to the classroom is sort of different than that? I'm going to come because I don't want to resign, and maybe get a better sense of who's really comfortable coming back and who's not comfortable but maybe doesn't qualify. And then one of the questions I think that we got during our speakers is how would teachers, be chosen to do in-person versus classroom, that I don't think we've answered. And I see you, Mr. Moses, yeah. So as soon as we do this.
Again, I think, and it's going to sound like, I have the utmost trust in the best principals in the state of Texas. I have the utmost trust in the best area superintendents in the state of Texas. I have the utmost trust in the best staff that I have around me that's tonight discussing and answering hypotheticals. We're going through a global pandemic without a vaccine. And what we're doing is we're doing as best as possible to see all scenarios. But guess what I'm going to say about that? There still will be no uncertainties to that. What we're going to do is rely on the folks that give us the best opportunities to do that. And that's our campus principals, to make that be more regionalized to their campuses and the things that they do. So I feel we're at a good spot as far as a survey for teachers. I want teachers to feel, first thing I want to make sure when you write lesson learned, never have just a one question. But two, the question, there was a letter to that. No one's talked about the letter, and the letter in itself said, please read the guidelines. Here's our input. Here's some things. But I get, and I own that. And with that, if the intent, if you read the letter and took the survey and felt like it was still cold and harsh, I definitely apologize. If you didn't ever read the letter, some people still don't. I was talking to a teacher the other day, actually a neighbor down the street, and said, golly, Dr. Flores, I took that survey, but it was a little rough. And I said, okay. I said, what about the letter? I said, I didn't get to the letter. I just went straight to the survey. So I get that. Teachers are busy, and quite frankly, sometimes they feel they're out of survey. But as far as surveying and doing some things, I think unless Kathy says and principals say we need some more definite information that allows us to make better decisions, we'll do that. But to have another survey just for the sake of a survey, I do think we need to adjust some time frames for return and some other things, because with 3 weeks, a teacher might say, you know what, I may not need to take this leave. I may not do, and so we do need to have some flexibility on the return of that survey. So, Kathy, do you want to add anything to that? Do we need, or Natalie as an area soup, or
no, sir. I would have answered the same way, which is that I really think principals know their teams when they see the responses and who still has concerns. They'll know how to proceed.
Yeah, but if we do need a survey, trust me, we'll word it much differently.
Well, and the thought exchange too, from the Morning Joes. I mean, that's where a lot of information is coming from teachers as well, and just the emails that we're responding to about the questions about accommodations and leave, and those that did bring up the resignation. I mean, that really wasn't the intent. We are trying to really understand the people that need accommodations or leave so we can assist them now, because it will take time for them to get medical certifications and things like that they'll need, the documentation. So that's the critical piece of that.
And the last thing I'll say about the surveys, I mean, I think that whatever we got, this is a national, this is a state, and this is obviously a local concern about how returning to school will look like and when it can happen. So the fact that the survey went out and the manner in which it did, and it got enough feedback, there were a lot of teachers that actually, there was some very vicious emails, but that's good. Feedback is a gift. And from that gift, we realized I need to talk to the area superintendents. I need to talk to principals. And as a result, looking at the fear factor, it's real. And we realize tonight it's because it's grounded in science. It's grounded in what's going on. The decision, because of that survey, some people want to talk about it. And I see it as a great opportunity that allowed our district tonight. I don't know of another district in Central Texas that has said, we're going to use the option of TEA's 3-week option to start 100% virtual. I don't know. I haven't read the paper and online editions or anything like that. And quite frankly, that papers don't guide me, nor does the social media. So anyway.
My other question, I don't think I heard an answer, was what is the process for choosing which teachers are going to be virtual teachers? Because I did have that written down as one of the questions.
The answer was that principals will get to that.
Principals will decide.
Yes, because based on the number that we need the numbers. That's why those surveys, that survey question is so important. But the great thing today in talking to one principal said, oh, I know who wants to be virtual and I know who don't. Now we've got to match with the number of students that are going to take either one of the options. So that flexibility, and if it's higher for one and lower for another campus, you might have Sam Soto talking to Kathy Cothran. I don't know. You might have Cheryl Hester saying, hey, here's my numbers and here's that. But the point I'm making is we're at a good point. We can overthink something. We can and I know that the questions are very valid because I know that's what parents want to hear. They want some normalcy. Let me tell you, if you're getting some normalcy from somewhere, let me know because I need some of it as well.
Mr. Moses, did you have a question?
Well, I mean, a question and kind of a comment. I want to touch on the survey because granted, I'm not a teacher, but when I read it, I didn't necessarily find it as harsh. I found it being real. I mean, to be honest, Dr. Flores could have just said, hey, look, this is the plan, this is what we're doing, and not really sought anybody's input. But he put the survey together to get input to help Catherine and Dad to guide that information. And the fact of the matter is, whether it's on September 11th or it's after that, if we have kids show up, we're going to need teachers to show up. I mean, that's just the simple truth of the matter, and we need to know who's willing to do that and who's not. And if you have a very serious issue or you have a true accommodation that needs to get met, we want to meet it. We want to make sure you get taken care of and you're not put in a situation where your health is in jeopardy. But if you're somebody who, and I think this is a very small minority, so I think this is a small minority. But if you're a teacher who, I don't want to come back to the classroom simply because I find it more effective for me and better for my personal life to do virtually, well, then there needs to be a conversation about that because that may be better for you, but if you're somebody that we need you in the classroom, because I mean, I've seen people and teachers who have posted things online saying they want to go virtually because they're scared for the health, and then you scroll through their Facebook page and they're at the beach hanging out with people. So it's kind of look, if you have accommodation, we want to accommodate you and make sure you're taken care of, but if it just seems to be you just don't want to do it because you don't want to go be face-to-face with kids, we need to know that also. Because we want to make sure we have the right people on the bus while we're trying to do this and the right people in class with our kids. So I want to make sure that's really, really hammered home, the importance of being truthful. And I appreciate the respect that was shown to our staff by being real with them and not just sugarcoating it and blowing past it and not including them.
Yeah, to me, the part that seemed harsh was just, HR will contact you with the resignation, with the paperwork, so you can resign. And I think that is what kind of took some of the teachers aback, the ones that I know. And I saw Mr. Chadwell, you had your hand up. So.
Okay, so I'll say a couple things. One is, first of all, I haven't seen any pictures of people at the beach, but all I know is it did not go over well. There was a lot of, it did come across harsh, in if they read the letter or not. These teachers are smart. They stay in touch with all of their friends and they communicate, and that's the feedback I got from the website, the Reddit that created quickly, and then all of the news stories that came out about it. Whether they're going to the beach and social distancing, there's no way to know that. You could say, well, I saw somebody at the store, and that, again, they have to do that. That's their choice. But I know there's a lot that's going on. There's a lot of scenarios that we're working on. My recommendation is we see what happens in the next week. We have another town hall. Is that right? You have another Morning Joe with just the staff on Thursday morning. Is that right, Mandy? And then
Tuesday, tomorrow with leadership, and then Thursday with the remainder of staff. Anybody can log on.
So there's been a lot of emails, and I applaud the teachers and the staff for reaching out and sending their emails and signing their name, because I know it's very, this is a challenge. It's for everybody, and I encourage them all. And I think, I know I haven't read through every email, but I'm trying to scan through them as fast as I can and all the feedback. So, we could go through all the different scenarios for the rest of the night in here, but my recommendation is, Dr. Flores, keep us updated. Let us know in advance so we can help either give you feedback or help defend whatever the staff is coming up with, the principals. This community, or the committee that was, I guess, a community committee that was put together. You said there were 5 of them. I don't know. I didn't know any details about that until
it wasn't a board update. I did give some information in the board update when we were, but
I learned. Okay, I'll put that. I learned more tonight about that. So, but if we can just keep us updated, so it'll help.
I'll keep you updated. Yes, sir.
And the community as well. So I know you're doing a lot and putting it out there. So my recommendation is let's see what happens the next few days. By the end of this week, and things may change considerably by then, or it'll be solidified.
If I may too, I'd love to add just a quick point of clarity. I think I've heard some conversation tonight about virtual teachers in a sense that makes me think we may be assuming virtual teachers teach from home. And that may not be the case. Some may not have internet connection. We may need teachers to be able, who are teaching a virtual class, to, in a moment's notice, to perhaps go and assist with a face-to-face class. And so I want to take us back to the idea that all teachers would need to be prepared to serve all students on campus and virtually, because we want to get to that point in time when they're all back with us anyway, the kids. And so teaching virtually doesn't necessarily mean teaching from home, but we do know that some staff members may need that accommodation, which goes back to the survey.
Yeah.
Right. I'm looking for hands, but I just had one quick question that actually I think either Dr. Flores or Mr. Worcester, we kind of skipped over on slide 10 when we were talking about the PPE products. And I know TEA is supplying some amount of PPE for the schools. I'm assuming we're ordering more, August 20th. We've now kind of bumped it back to September 11th, but even a 2-month time window for ordering some of these things that literally everybody in the country is trying to order.
Right.
And we didn't really even talk about masks and if we're going to require them of students, and then are we supplying them if we are, when we go back?
Yeah, I want to commend TEA first as well. They did well in distribution of product of PPE, and obviously, is it enough for the year? The answer to that is no. But at the same time, it's a great start for districts to have. So I applaud them with that. And we just had that conversations today and being proactive. In fact, as we get ready, as the year progresses, as it continues to progress, we want to be proactive with regard to what everybody in the nation's wanting, and that's the personal protection. So with that, Terry, you want to add anything else?
Thank you, Dr. Flores. I will add something, is that procurement obviously follows rules. We have statutory rules when we buy large quantities, And so one of the things that we've been working through with the purchasing department is to know that we have vendors that are listed on what we call a buy board or consortium or other avenues of purchase. So we've reached out to as many vendors that we can reach out to ascertain their costs, because you'll see that, and I'll just tell you because I've seen the numbers, that these products vary in cost considerably. For example, I'm seeing a cost for a face mask to be $1, let's say $1.60 versus another face mask that's $5 each. And so we have to ascertain exactly what we're buying. And so we've been working through those protocols to say, what are we buying? What's the best use? And what quantity do we need? For example, I can show you a product, show and tell. Here's a bucket, and it's a bucket of wipes. And this bucket of wipes has a solution that you pour the solution into, and this bucket has 5 refills. And so we have ordered many of these. The warehouse is full of this. So we are receiving products from TEA, but we're supplementing to those products, because when school starts, if we're in person through our planning process, we don't want to get caught without these kind of products of PPE, that sort of thing. So the procurement and the I guess the accumulation of things for PPE is ongoing.
Do we know what type of masks? One of the speakers specifically was asking, I think, teacher masks, the N95. Is there any thought of that type of mask for our staff, and then something different for our students? Or
currently, the TEA has not demonstrated or listed a specification for masks for teachers or staff or anything. Their vocabulary in their planning guideline is the paper mask is an acceptable mask, a cloth mask is acceptable. We are looking for higher quality products, particularly as listed in the presentation for the KN95. There are 2 types, KN95 and a 95. And the KN95 is a higher grade medical mask. I think the K mask, K-95, is a lower grade that's not as medical. And so we're going into specification that as we work through procurement. Yeah, go ahead.
I also say that the N95 mask is more for medical use, and those have to be, to use that properly, they have to be fitted, and that is a huge process to go through. We've talked to the EMS, the local EMS, we've talked to the health department, lots of different entities around trying to help us be able to be fitted, just even for the nurses, and are running into great roadblocks getting those fitted. So it's not as easy as just ordering them. If you don't get the proper fit, it's really not even worth having it. It's something that we are looking into for the healthcare workers that are going to be inundated with these kind of germs all day long, and we'd love to have them for everybody. Again, like Terry's saying, just being able to get them is a whole different story, but the proper fitting is very important. It's not something we would just order and pass out.
I'm trying to go through all the questions that I know the speakers had. And Jenny, I don't know if you were taking notes, if, there's some communication, because, one of the other things I had kind of related to that was on the signage. We had a speaker who asked about enforcement of the students. If they're not standing 6 feet apart, or if they're not willing to wear their mask, that may be something that we need to, get it out there and let teachers know as September 11th starts getting closer, what we're planning for that.
Ms. Weir, I can tell you this from a signage point of view, and Ms. Nichols has been in numerous meetings here just recently with community relations. Signage is important, and so we are moving down the path towards the use of CDC signs and other signs that have been produced and designed by the CDC, as well as different types of signs, posters and adhesives, and because they obviously need to be in the windows to to I guess, announce to a visitor who may come to the door, as well as in restrooms, things of that nature.
So one of the things that you asked President Ware was the idea of enforcement, and we talked about the fact that a major part of our strategy for that will be the education of not only our teachers and our teachers and other staff, but also very much of our students and our parents even before they come into our buildings. So here soon, this week, we're going to start working on releasing information, number one, as far as with the signage, where the signage needs to go, different vocabulary that we need to use, and working with different departments. We have a professional development committee. There's also working with communication as far as the rollout of the information piece by piece. What we've done is kind of talk through as far as what are the high priority items and try to timeline it so that we're not releasing everything all at once, so that there'll be a gradual, good tempo release of information to our community so that we can teach them as we go. What Dr. Presley, Mandy, and everyone, Dr. Flores had talked about was really also the 3 weeks allowing us then to not inundate our community, where everyone then has the ability to learn and retain, and hopefully retain exactly how all of the practices should go. So in looking at putting this information out to our students, we're not looking at it more so from an idea of punishment, but more so from the idea of really it's about re-education as far as what we're going to need within this environment. And this 3 weeks, and talking to the principals, they just feel really good about then having that opportunity to roll that out and be able to re-educate our entire community. So hopefully when they come in, most of this would stick 95% of the time. Our only issue and only concern are for our babies, our littles, that would be in more so pre-K to second grade. And we have not developed an answer for that yet as far as their ability to wear mask or other protective gear. The TA guidelines does not say specifically mask. They say some kind of face covering, so that it could include shields and other things as well. So one of the things that we're going to have to talk through and really take in guidance from some of the educators and people that more so work with our younger kids is what exactly would be best for those kids in order to protect them from and make sure that social distance is in place. So I think if there's a sense as far as what is going to be hardest for us is more so considering our littles. We don't think it will be, this has been our reality, and we don't think it'll be as difficult with our older kids, but really our little ones who may not really understand the concept of what's happening.
Ms. Mesa?
I have a question on that. I mean, certainly you can educate people on the importance of wearing face masks, but I think we all know that there's going to be a certain percentage of families that just are like, I don't do face masks. I don't have a medical exemption. I just don't do it. Like, you're not going to force my kid to do it. I have a right to be in person, and I'm not wearing a face mask. And so I think that there's just what I hear from other parents is, what do you do when you have a certain segment of the population who feels like it's their right not to have to wear a face mask? And do we say then, okay, well, this is our rule and you have to be virtual? I mean, is that even possible per the TDA guidelines? Like, I think this is a question that a lot of teachers are asking, a lot of parents are asking, both parents who are in favor of wearing masks and parents who are not in favor of wearing masks.
And so within the committee, and we wrestled with this a lot because we do understand that this specific issue is very political, and it's a big deal for a lot of people because they see it innate to their rights. In talking through with the committee and specifically looking at the executive order from the governor and also local ordinances, we feel it's a matter of, I don't think we can say that you have the right not to wear it, because now it's not just a matter of your personal safety, but how that may infringe on others within that space. both our professional staff and also other students as well, because our responsibility is to ensure the safety as much as possible as everyone within that environment. So just like today where Dr. Presley spoke about there are some big rocks that we're going to have to bring back to leadership, that's one of the big rocks as well. We do understand that within the work of our committee, that we can say, hey, here's what we think is best, and here's what all of these decisions are based upon. But it's also as those are some of the big things that we'll be bringing forward to not just district leadership, but also to you guys as well to make a final decision to make sure that we're all comfortable with the decision moving forward. And that's going to be one of the big ones. We can always say, here's what we advise, here's why we advise it. We're looking at local ordinances. We're looking at what the governor has said. We're looking at what the CDC has said. But in the end, before we make those big decisions, we all want to make sure that as a school district leadership, our principal leadership, but also specifically also our trustees, that everyone is believing the same thing so that we're moving forward with one voice in regards to this. And that's one of the things that I think we are going to have to come back and speak to.
Okay, I get
chime in on that. If I can chime in on that and say that Natalie is exactly right. If you think about it, that's one of those big issues. It's a legal issue. It kind of goes back to the discussions when there was a requirement for people to wear seatbelts. And there was a requirement for people on motorcycles to wear helmets. And there was always this sort of debate between individual rights versus the importance of the larger group. And ultimately, that's how it played out. When we get to start making those kinds of decisions, and we are trying to say we want to make sure that if we, as an administrative team, make a decision that masks are required and that we will deny people access without that, that's definitely going to be, that's when you get to sort of policy concerns and legal issues where the board has to weigh in and say, this is where we're going to draw the line and support administrative decisions in this, because you have an individual right not to wear a mask, but we have to look out for the greater good of those others who are going to be around. So I just want to echo what Natalie was saying and say she's absolutely right on that one.
And I was just, can I follow up on that real quick, Corey? Because I know exactly, but I was just actually thinking with 2 kids about to go to college, the colleges are, and they're state schools, they're going to require masks of everybody. And, we do have our dress code that we have. And I mean, I don't know if that's something, that's maybe we need to have a policy meeting. And I know we've maybe going to have some coming up anyway, because TASB's going to have updates, but maybe that's something that we as a board need to say, it's like dress code, you can't wear certain things, but you have to wear this, and, no hats, whatever our different rules are. And choose virtual if you don't want to wear a mask.
So the reason why I keep kind of trying to chime in is, so we have they have to make a decision by August 6th, right? So, we don't really, we have to move on this. If it's a decision of the board, then we gotta schedule a meeting on this pronto, because people's decisions about whether they're going to send their kids back in person is going to, rest on whether we come down with a mandate that says you have to wear a mask if you're in school. And just teachers' decisions about whether they're going to teach, willing to continue, are going to be riding on this. So I feel like this is a decision that needs to be made yesterday. I mean, it can't wait. We have to make this decision. And if it's not going to be if it's going to be a board decision, then we need to get this meeting scheduled now, because
let me just chime in and just say, so first off, again, when we're talking about going back to those the questions about the pandemic and resolutions and authorizations for the administration to make those day-to-day decisions and turn on a dime to do what needs to be done quickly, generally a decision like that is something that can be administratively made and then ratified by the board or adopted at some later time by the board, depending on what happens. And in this case, because this is changing so very quickly, a week ago, we thought for sure we were going to start in August. We're not. I would wager that it is not as imperative to make that decision right away, because the situation itself is dictating change on the dime. I don't know that it's actually going to come up before. Let's face it, I think several of you have said tonight already, there's a very real possibility that this is going to be extended at least for a certain period of time, for some foreseeable future, until we can determine if in fact there's going to be a vaccine. If there's going to be something else that we can put into place as some kind of a safe way to make sure that you can get the number of people that need to be in that facility. So it's not something that has to be decided right now. It is something that you all need to know is one of the many questions that are facing the administration on a day-to-day basis, and to make sure that they have the ability, that we can make those decisions with some level of comfort from the input that we get from the board tonight, that if we have to make that decision, the board's going to support it.
I don't know that I necessarily agree that we have that kind of time, because we were just talking about, okay, even if we delay, there's certain people that need to be in class. We certain SPED things that need to happen. There's certain CTE courses that just can't be taught. If you're virtually, it's impossible. They're going to have to be in person. So I really don't, even though we might be saying, okay, it might get delayed, but one, it might not. And two, we already know that we're saying here that there are certain populations that we really can't serve effectively virtually. It's just not possible. So I really don't think that this is, if we want to say, if what you're saying is preliminarily, Dr. Flores and your team is going to make a decision, and that at a later date, the board is going to chime in on that, okay, that's one thing, because you're right, you have that authority. But what you were saying before that was that you wanted us to vote. Well, if that's the case, if the decision is up to the board, then we need to vote now very quickly. If the decision's up to the district at a later date, the board, giving some type of vote, I don't even know what value that would have at that point. But that's another matter. So really, the question comes down to is, do you want our input, or is this really a matter that you feel like is a district, administration decision, is not a matter for the board? Because I think it's either one way or another. I think you make the decision and then to a later date say the board could chime in. Like, what's the point in that?
So there's a board meeting scheduled, regular board meeting, August 13th.
That's after decisions for in-person and virtual have to be made.
Right. I understand that. But the
teachers will have had to make decisions way before that.
Sure. But not before kids will come back to school, and whether there's a mandate for them to wear masks. So I'm not arguing with you. Obviously, you all can make whatever decision, and if y'all decide you want to actually step out there and take a vote on it right now, understand.
Well, hold on. TA, I applaud again, and it sounds. I wrote them a letter with Ms. Weir and I did, but I applaud them. It's clear through their guidelines. Right as of right now, they took a stand last week, and they were penalized when before there was preliminary guidelines that got leaked out that didn't have it, and they took all. But right now, as of right now, the governor and TEA are consistent, and we've got to follow some of those guidelines. If it shifts and changes, we'll be as flexible again as possible. But I'm not trying to prolong this discussion, but we're going to follow the guidelines that are given to us. That's just, they're there.
Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Madam President. And I don't think at almost 10 o'clock is the right time to go down the mask debate and discussion at the moment. So I think personally, I wear a mask whenever I go out in public, but I also know that the guidelines come out that if you're under 10, you don't have to. Anyways, we can talk about that another day if we need to.
Yeah, that's the real discussion right there. That's right.
It is. But I think that's not this time. I think also we've been going at this now for a while. I know we could keep going on and on and on with scenarios and questions and just coming up with stuff. But at some point, I think we've beaten this horse pretty good for the evening. And if we need to come back at that other meeting and have follow-up questions, that could be appropriate. But I think we're getting to the point where we're almost losing the effectiveness of the conversation. My own personal opinion.
It is getting late. I was actually trying to write down kind of what I felt like were themes maybe coming out from different board members. It seemed like we, would like to know from Dr. Malerba or Ms. Vieira when we would have that final results in the staff survey. I don't think I caught when staff has to make their decisions.
Theirs is July 16th, but again, tonight, I've got a couple of emails from some teachers. They need a little more time for that because of some conditions and some other things. We do have, again, some flexibility for that. So, Annette, when do we need that?
Certainly, we can certainly push it off a little bit further, especially if we're going to go with the 3 weeks. So, and we'll have to talk about some decisions about whether we're having staff come in or not and what that looks like. So there's some discussions to still have with our principals and area superintendents as well as administrative team. So we can certainly push it out another week and give some people some more time. We're already starting, like I said, to contact people and work with them for accommodations and or leave should that time come. And so they don't have to, and even if they say, hey, I'm going to need leave whenever we come back on site and if I have to report or whenever I report. So we'll help them through that process as well. So I think we can push it out another week for sure.
So that would be the 23rd, and then you'd be able to report back to us by that next week or that same week?
I'd have to see how it comes out. I hate to make a promise I can't keep, but no, we would report to you as soon as possible.
Okay. And then I had, I think Corey had asked to know what does a day look like, both in person and virtually. That may be a Dr. Flores, I don't know if that's a you question or if that's Mandy. And I don't know when, if you could just kind of give us an idea, I think kind of to go back to her point about people having to make their decisions in the next couple of weeks. The sooner we have that information, the better.
I'll let Mandy go and then I'll follow up. But unless I don't see Mandy, maybe I'll follow.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We're, as I said earlier, we're working on what a day in the life of a virtual learner might look like regarding a schedule. And so we can send that in a board update. We certainly plan to have that available in the parent guidance that will be going out. And so just know that those are still under development because it does get into some of those very complex logistics that Trustee Vessa just referred to a minute ago.
And would they be part of so July 22nd, we have the virtual learning town hall and then elementary on the 28th and July 30th, the middle high school. Are you thinking those would be where you would roll out those type of day in the life of?
Yes, definitely. The first one of those is the virtual learning, and definitely that would be a topic of conversation there.
Yeah, and Mandy, I wanted you to speak first because I don't want to put too much pressure, but isn't the July 17th document, and I mean, again, this is a work in progress, and when I say July 17th, that's this Friday. It's interactive. It's got some opportunities for parents to click onto that, and then they'll see exactly some of that. And I'm putting Mandy on the spot, but I think that's the expectation for all staff. And it's pretty tight timeline to get to where we are. But I like what I saw and what I've seen. That I think parents need to see that before the virtual town hall meetings. That's why it's imperative that we release this document on Friday. They get a chance to review it over the weekend, and then the questions for the town hall, I think, will be well suited for how much progress we've made in this area. So, Mandy, is that putting pressure on you guys too much, or?
Agreed. Everything's pressure these days, but yes, we are working up sample schedules to include in that document. Know that, again, based on some of the things that we said tonight, based on numbers and so forth, it's a very fluid situation. But yes, there'll be more description in that document about the virtual instruction.
And the reason I put Mandy on the spot, I've seen the progress of it. I like it so much, but then again, she's the expert. She's the specialist. I'm just the generalist, and I have nothing but confidence in her ability to deliver. So thanks, Mandy.
And then I think the last thing that I had actually written down that I heard from a couple of board members, Dr. Flores, and it kind of went back, I think, to the conversation Corey was just having about the board wanting more frequent updates and the opportunity to give input before decisions are made.
Yeah, again, without a Lone Star governance coach, I mean, I think the outputs or inputs and outputs, we've been doing that. Tonight we've given you the opportunity. I want to make sure and remind everybody, July 7th
TEA guidelines. Our districts who were so far ahead, and I put quotes there, that had to shift from that because of the guidelines and had to do some things much different. I think we hit it right at the right time to where tonight, that's why tonight was really to be giving the board the update of the progress for our July 17th. Never did I realize how fast things can go. And based on that information from July 7th from TEA, we seized the opportunity, and that's why with that survey result, some people wanted to say, hey, what a bad survey, it made them feel this way, that. I get all that, and I understand that. But what it did do was it made us realize that not only did with the parent surveys coming in at 50%, 50-50, that tells us they're fearful. Well, the input from the surveys that we just had, that told us that campus also acknowledges that fear. So what we were able to do, it wasn't by design that we said, hey, virtual 3 weeks. No, it's all the things that are happening. And we felt one of the things that you get, and whether people like it or not, I'm the superintendent and I lead, and I will lead this district. It would, again, with the guiding principle that staff and student safety is paramount. When I believe that, when I exercise that, it matters not what kind of negativity comes my way. It really doesn't. However, what I'm saying to you now is that we can say, let's get input. Here's what I'd rather have. I'd rather have the opportunity, because we had July 13th scheduled. This is tonight. But what I'm hearing, this is my interpretation. Board does want to be informed. I'd love to have opportunities to sit down with 2 or 3 of you, but there's opportunities that I haven't had to even get to how we get to agenda reviews. And that's a whole nother matter for another day. But when we feel comfortable enough to sit down, I'm great to be able to sit down, and then I'll ask for the input, because I think Corey on masks and other things, that's great input. So all I'm saying is, as soon as we want to, we could actually sit down. I haven't had coffee with, and I guess maybe it's the COVID situation, but I used to have coffee with board members, lunch and all that good stuff, so we could have that talk. But I will tell you, thank y'all for being patient, because I've been able to do the work with our staff to get us where we are tonight. So I hear you, input's vital, and there's big decisions that are forthcoming. So yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Can I just say one thing? So, I'm really excited about the virtual town halls. I mean, I've been promoting them as much as I possibly can, but, we've been going here now. I mean, pretty soon it'll be 5 hours. And man, I've got a list of questions a mile long. I mean, I've literally so many questions. So I know that when that virtual town hall happens, it's not going to be an hour. It's slated for an hour, but that's not possible. So are we saying we're going to cut it off at an hour, or are we going to go as long as people still have questions? And what's the plan for that? Because if it's an hour, it's going to be not near enough to answer all of the people's questions.
Well, I think that, and I don't see Jenny's, I think she'll come on here in a minute, but she can affirm this. It will take the necessary time. However, that we also want to honor people's time to be as concise as possible. To come up with scenarios that may not ever exist, that's fine. We can talk that through if it's within that hour. And if we need to go past that hour, I think we need to be flexible as well. However, there are people's time that we've got to value. That they're going to want us to be really structured, really tight, to get the most information, because it's tough that even parents giving us that 1 hour, we're going to applaud that for them, and we'll make it happen. And if we need more time, I think we can be flexible as necessary. But to have 2, 3, 4 hours like these board meetings, I don't think so. Unless, Jenny, you say that we...
I would agree. It just wouldn't be very effective.
What I was going to say is if, there's a multiple people asking questions, it's probably not bad. But if it's just 1 or 2 asking questions, it's probably time to let the others go home and they can talk offline with the district to get those answers.
And I've explored lots of what other districts have done. Many of them last 30 minutes, frankly. I prefer to do them more often. And respect people's time. And also because we're making videos of these, people aren't going to go back and rewatch a 3-hour video. Or if you do, if there's a certain part that you want to find, that's going to make it more difficult. So we're not going to just stop it at an hour if we're in the middle of wrapping up some questions. But I would prefer, we've scheduled 4 in just over a week's time. So that's basically every other day. People are going to have an opportunity and we can do more. And then we'll also capture the questions, and we can, we'll have means of responding to those. But I just,
I think
that would be a virtual town hall. That's a lot to ask of people.
I think that having, like, capturing the questions and then having a Q&A site saying, like, okay, because I can send you some of the questions, obviously, that I've received, Amy as well tonight. There's no shortage of questions. And so the more that we can, put up a Q&A site, just do the best we can to address these questions, I think the more communication people feel like they have, the more comfortable they're going to feel.
Exactly the plan, to capture those questions. And we did that through the spring with the Q&A. Our Q&A grew every day, and we would use that school closure email. It's not really as relevant now because that was related to spring. So I think we're going to have a whole fresh new FAQ. So that absolutely, and I agree with you that is the plan. We also, a lot of the super specific questions, and Mandy might want to jump in here, we don't have the answers to yet. So that's another difficult situation.
But I think saying we don't have an answer is at least something. It's at least saying we're working on it. We don't have an answer to that question yet, but we hear you. We're not ignoring you. Like that.
So we can answer every question. We'd never hold a virtual town hall. I completely agree with you, Dave.
I mean, honestly, that it made me think of the bond fact, the questions that we had for the frequently asked questions. So where you would, if we wrote it down, it got posted and there were answers from all the different committees. That would be perfect.
But I even think that's kind of dangerous, though, because it's something that's changing. To do a Q&A where something could change and they could go back and say, oh, but you said this. Well, when a TEA guideline changes, well, that's no longer applicable when you do Q&A. So I hope that we're posting the TEA guidelines somewhere very visible that can easily be clicked on and read. I know it's confusing. I know we don't agree with them all. I know some of them are not good, but that's our standard. That's what we have to apply when talking about opening our doors. And when we talk about that, we also have to remember it's very fluid. TEA could change its mind in a heartbeat, and we have a Q&A and it could be incorrect.
Well, I don't think we should let that stop us from communicating. I think
I never said to not communicate. That's why we're having this discussion now. That's why we're saying we don't know the answers yet. I don't think that it stops any communication whatsoever.
I think you bring up a really great point, though. Like one discussion point that I feel like people really don't necessarily understand is what are the requirements in terms of our following the TEA guidelines? Because I think a lot of people are like, well, if the guideline's not good and it doesn't make any sense and it's not right for the protection of the community, then just ignore it and do your own thing. I mean, what are they going to do? And so the question I have is, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Like, are they going to, because my understanding is if we don't follow these guidelines, then they don't fund us. Is that true? Am I wrong? Are we really not in a situation where we can just say, hey, TEA, we really don't think that's going to work for us. So we're going to go, a different direction. Is that something that we're able to do? Or is our funding tied to making sure that we follow those guidelines? And if let's just say, for example, that we say, you know what? So what? So they don't give us any money. We're going to keep going. What does that mean? Like, do we have money to say that? Could we say, hey, we're just not going to worry about state funding right now? And I know that sounds, and I want to know that these are the questions I'm receiving. So I'm asking this because I really think that there are people that need those answers. They need to know what's the consequences if we don't follow these TEA guidelines.
I think, did you submit all of those? Because maybe Jenny could start the frequently asked questions with some of those that we've submitted, and then get the rest from the town hall.
Well, I think that right now I'd just like an answer to the question of what happens if we don't follow the TEA guidelines. I think people need to know.
We're gonna follow TEA guidelines. This superintendent will follow TEA guidelines. What we will do when we don't agree with TEA, we will write letters to TEA. And when we write those letters, and if they continue not to do that, but this superintendent respects the Texas Education Agency and respects the work of Mr. Marath. And we will follow the guidelines. That's why when they're guidelines and they're not flexible, we will resist and say, at least by resisting, I'm saying we will let them know that this is what we're requiring. But to say that we're not going to follow, that's why in one of the options saying, suspension of A through F right now, I mean, we're going to still follow. If we have STAR testing this year, we will follow that. But we don't need to tell him or say, guess what, we're not going to do that. That's just not my style. Again, my job is to lead within the rules, because we're going to teach our students. They need to follow the basic governance rules that our teachers expect of them and our campuses do. So for me, that's simple. We're going to follow TEA guidelines and rules.
So I want to add to that real quick. Your letter said you request, the letter you and Amy wrote was you request the following, waive it, the 3 bullets there. So that is a request. And, I think one of the websites, the KXAN, said you demand it. But there's a lot of legislators that are writing letters to the governor and the commissioner right now, asking for a lot of changes. And as it's been said many times tonight, this is a changing scenario situation with a lot of things going on. So I would like for us to wrap this up, because we could go through it. And I do think Corey did a great job of writing down, 20-something questions on the message board. And there's been some follow-up on that. So I know there's a lot of those in there. And that would be a great Q&A for the town hall to get a lot of those FAQs out of the way at the beginning. And then finally, I'll say with the Lone Star governance, if we get another coach for Lone Star governance, great, but I don't think we should necessarily wait on that. We have a lot of things to work on here coming up quick, and if we can find somebody, great, but otherwise we can go ahead, and we have enough training among all of us on this board. There's no more rookies on this board. We have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of feedback that we want to provide and guidance that we want to do. So don't ever let that be a stopping point for this board to get things done and work with the administration and the community to meet students' needs when here coming up in almost the next month or so. Thank you.
Chad, just real quick, President Weir, I like Chad's point to what the word demand was used, and I didn't read the media outlet, but it is a request, because that's more respectful. A demand is like we're saying we're just demanding of TEA, and I respect. Again, I will say this publicly. I'll tell him, I'll call him tomorrow and say, hey, we sent a letter, and Mr. Marath, because he has been meeting with superintendents. We're a district Texas School Alliance, which also sent a letter, and we'll be sending the board. It was a draft, and it got sent as well sometime today as well. So just know that. It's out of respect and courtesy, but I'm going to fight for this district. I'm going to fight for the students. I'm going to fight for our staff. And sometimes we're going to not agree, but guess what? In the end, my heart is my heart. And when it's not there, I'll find something else to do. But thanks for making sure that we're clear that it wasn't a demand. It was more of a request. Thanks, Jim.
Ms. Feller, you've been patiently waiting.
I was just going to echo what Mr. Moses and Mr. Chadwell said, that we are being guilty of our discussion about the town halls, that a 4-hour town hall is not productive, and we are now hitting close to 5 hours for us. Yes. And it is time to wrap it up and move on. And I am perfectly understanding that we don't have all of our questions answered, and there's 1,000 more that haven't even been thought up yet. So I just think it's time to wrap this one up. I just got a text message and said, hey, can you send me the cliff notes for whatever I missed, because it's getting late and I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
So the community is watching. There's lots and lots of people out there tonight, and I'm so glad people are getting involved. But I think that we need to wrap this up.
I would agree to that. So let's then just move to really quickly board announcements and requests for future agenda items. I know, Dr. Flores, I just was going to ask you real quick, because we did have some comments about it, and we've talked a little bit about it, but if you wanted to give us a super quick update on when the board and community can expect to see the equity and the behavioral health updates.
Thanks for that. Yes, the update. I know Dr. Presley talked about the social emotional behavioral health that's going to be coming in August. Also, what's going to be coming in August is the equity task force work and the review of. We're still reviewing it. We'll have it discussed with the leadership team. They reviewed it with me. It's an excellent plan, and so be prepared for that in August, August the 13th for approval.
Ms. Feller, did you have any agenda items?
Just a future request. I know that we have talked about it a couple of times about doing away with board committees, but I think we need to actually make that a formal vote or a formal change in procedures. Without that, I would like to proceed with having a facilities committee. I have met a couple of times, just myself and Mr. Wooster, about a lot of the projects that are going on, and there is so much happening right now. And we are so busy talking about COVID and things like that, we're missing some stuff on the facilities side. So if we are going to eliminate committees, great. I mean, not great, but let's just make that a formal thing. I feel like I'm being derelict on my duties because committees haven't been resolved, but I'm not meeting with my committee either. So one way or the other, I just want us to make a decision about it. And I know we've talked about it and then decide what we're going to do.
Awesome. I think I do have that on my spreadsheet, and hopefully, and I wrote it down again, I swear. So we will put it back on there. Mr. Math, did you have something?
Yes. So we had talked about for the superintendent evaluation, maybe having a facilitator. A couple of trustees recommended that, and I agree. I actually reached out to Dr. Drew Howard, and he has graciously agreed to help facilitate the next superintendent review, which I think is great. So probably it's best to get that on the calendar so we could let Dr. Drew know.
I agree with that. I think that's something we've been talking about for a while. It'll be kind of a wrap up what we started right before the spring break, and we can discuss the committees in there as well, Amber, our plans for that going forward.
Yeah, that'd be great. So do people want to pull out their calendars now and see what's available, or do we want to ask Patty to get a survey tomorrow of dates?
Survey tomorrow, preferably. Right now, my calendar is wide open. I have no travel plans, so.
Okay.
To make sure we see when Drew's available, so that, I mean, that would be the first step. Okay, Drew, when are you available?
I've already done that.
Oh, great.
And I believe he's available pretty much any evening with the exception of the 23rd and the 24th of this month.
Well, my vote is to have this as soon as, feasible, because I think the more feedback we can give Dr. Flores and his team as a board, the more they can, proceed understanding our sentiments.
Yeah, we kind of had the 30th, but I know Mason said he couldn't. So maybe I'll get with Patty and we'll get an email out tomorrow, but kind of be looking at that week, maybe the 29th, so that we could then let Dr. Howard know. And hopefully we would be able to, since there's so few of us, be able to meet in person with him. It kind of feels like something that needs to be done in person rather than on Zoom if we're able to do that.
On that night, when everybody decided, is that also, since he was the last Lone Star governance, he actually helped the board with a self-eval as well, and we can both.
Right.
Is that the plan? Because.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, and I was on the call with Steve Math. He was kind enough to let me get in on that phone call. But yeah, Dr. Howard seemed like he was open for anything. Apologized that we did not have a replacement coach yet. I know I have talked to Jeff Cottrell, the Deputy Commissioner of Governance, a couple of times, texted with him. I'm really hopeful, and Drew's also going to follow up with him, that we will get somebody officially assigned, but Drew at least knows us and has been kind enough to agree to help us. So that's awesome. And thank you, Trustee Math, for reaching out to him and connecting with him.
Sure.
Did anybody else have any other announcements or requests for future agenda items?
So I think it's important that maybe we can put something on the message board or board update. I think probably message board so people could understand about the situation with the single member districts and how once consulted with Doug, we realized that actually the time frame for that is critical because it's actually a decision of the board. It's really not, doesn't even need to go to an election.
I'm glad you brought that up because I do have someone that I was going to contact that has an attorney here in Austin that has done that before. But the recommendation is that we actually wait till after the census because even if we were to even talk about doing single member districts now, we would have to redo them after the census comes out. So it is sort of premature to do it now.
Yeah. No, I would agree. It's very premature. I mean, I don't think most people, I mean, it's simple once you talk about it, but I think just on its kind of face value, people will be confused. And we haven't done, I mean, we're talking about an election, how people vote for their community representatives. And we were talking about, was brought up by some folks to do it in one meeting. I mean, this is bigger than bonds. It's bigger than a police department. It needs to be studied, vetted, community input, not just, I'm open-minded about it, honestly. I mean, I can see pluses and minuses, but that needs a broader community discussion before we even talk about it ourselves.
Well,
and that's a lengthy process.
I think that when we thought it was an election that the community decided that then it just becomes, okay, we put it on the ballot and then we go and we have that lengthy discussion and debate. But now Doug has indicated that it's not actually an election, that we as a board decide that, then yes, I would agree with you. Then we have to have community input and discussions and all of that. I didn't realize that it wasn't an electoral decision because ultimately, if it's an electoral decision, then you have the whole process of the election to educate people and get input on what people think so that they can make a vote, yay or nay, to be informed.
Right. And so that will be a future agenda item because there are public hearings that have to happen and all of that stuff. So I will
Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I was going to apologize a little bit because I had told Corey and I think I told Doug that I would follow up and do a little bit of research on my own. And I have not done that yet, but I will. And Mr. Moses, did you have something else?
Is there a consensus of trustees that want to have that as a future agenda item? That's what I don't know. I mean, I just heard one person talk about it, so I'm just asking. I'm just want to get that out there.
Well, I would want to talk about it, yes. So I think we do have 2 trustees that would like it to be on the an agenda item to talk about. Does anybody else have any future agenda items or announcements? All right, it is 10:22. Thank you, everybody. That was a very long evening, but I appreciate it. And I guess we'll get with you tomorrow about setting our future agenda dates. Thank you, and we are adjourned.